Okay, so a while ago I picked up this piece of crap boat anchor bingo pinball machine, and it's in really rough shape. So I decided to myself, since I have no experience fixing pinballs, I thought, hey, let's give it a shot and try and fix it. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So this is Bally's BROADWAY. This machine came out in 1955, so it's 70 years old. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, it's in really rough shape. Here's the cabinet. It's got like this, I don't know, it's got something on it, something that shouldn't be on it. I don't know if it's like nicotine or something, you know, the stuff that's in cigarettes. But yeah, there's a bit of damage there. Overall, it's in okay shape. It's not great, but it's got good bones. Knock on wood. So this is a wood rail game. So it's got the wooden legs on it. These ones are in pretty good shape. They got a couple nicks here and there. It's not perfect. Remember, people, it's 70 years old. What do you expect? The back glass is It's not great. If you look, it's flaking really bad near the top. And it sucks because on this game specifically, it flakes really bad near the top like this. And this is where all the GI lights are, at least in this game. I can't remember if there's any other spots. But down here it's not so bad. There's still flaking in some spots. But overall, it's in acceptable shape. It's better than not having a back glass, that's for sure. You can see it's pretty bad over here. There's that spot again. And look, if you look, there's a bulb right behind it. So that's going to shine through and annoy me pretty badly, but what can you do? The playfield is really rough as far as like dirt and stuff goes. It's actually, as far as the wood goes, it's actually in really nice shape. One thing about these boat anchor bingo games is the playfields, as far as the games that I've seen, have not had anywhere, and this is a really old game. I did notice, however, down here, it's kind of separated a bit right there around that hole. Come on, focus, cooperate. Trying to show video. There we go. Right there. If I press down on it, you could like hear it. I don't know if you hear it crunching, but if you look there, you can kind of see it's rippled. But I know you might be thinking, well, is there planking in it? And I looked for that earlier, and as far as I looked, I don't really see that here either. And I don't know what this is made out of, but it's held up all these years. It's just got dirt and stuff. There's the ball trail. This piece is that side rail there. So yeah, I'll show the back of the head. That's what you expect, it's the back. You can actually see up there that the door does not mount flush. And I think because the whole back door is like warped kind of. I don't know if it'll pick it up on the side here, but it's alright. This was actually pried open when I got it, because it doesn't have the bottom lock, but it does have the top lock, but it was in the lock position. And it's kind of screwed up in the inside, so I'll probably need to put new locks on that. I didn't show the front. Here's the front of the cabinet. Lighting's not great, so just bear with me. Now you might be thinking, is that coin door original? And I've asked myself the same thing, because you can obviously tell the color is way different from the actual cabinet. It still kind of has it up here in this area near the yellow button, but I don't know, but it's better than the what it usually is. And this was also pried open at some point too, but if you look, the lock is in the open or unlocked position, so I don't know. There's a bit of damage there, but shooter rod. Here's what they call the foot rail. And you can see these are heavily rusted. There's the coin slot. There's the other two buttons. The wood rails, I think, to me, in my opinion, they're in good shape too. They're just really dirty. I don't really see like splintering and stuff like that in the wood. Not that I see. But you know, it's not bad. Here's this other side. It's just really dirty. I'm pretty sure that it'll clean up nicely enough. And the cards are definitely going to need to be replaced. We're missing a lamp cover. Hopefully I can find them. But yeah. Basic standard condition for a game this old. So I think the next thing I'll do is I'll open up the head and I'll show you what's inside of there. And I can open it right now as is, but this camera doesn't have the best zoom, and it can't capture all that much, so I gotta pull it forward a bit. So let me do that real quick and we'll dig deep into the head. Alright, managed to nudge it a couple feet forward. Man, freaking boat anchor. Alright, so are you ready to see the scariest part of these machines? I hope you are. Look at all this crap. Look at the back door. This is where a lot of people have heart attacks and say, nope. And then they don't touch these. That's why a lot of people don't fix these, is because of all this crap they got going on them. And this game and the next game, Nightclub, because Nightclub is laid out the same way as Broadway. I think there's just one minor little difference, but they have the same layouts. There's a lot going on here. I have looked inside of this lots of times before, so I do know what I'm digging into with here. I think my focus is going out. I need a new camera. So this is the Magic Squares unit right here. Here is the replay unit, I think it's called. There's something there, but brightness is not good. It says replay register. Same thing. We have a stepper unit over here. I don't know what it says, the label's ripped off. We have a stepper unit here. This one says extra ball unit. Right there, it's hard to see. Should have brought a light, but I'm not prepared. And there's a stepper here, which is the replay counter. Curious, do these even step up? That must be the reset. Yeah, it's stepping up. You couldn't see it, but there's some relays here. I'm not going to show what the labels say because you can't see them. And then this right here, which you can't see, is the control unit, I think it's called. There's a bunch of stuff, you can't see it. Then the back door, got a couple steppers here. I think this one is the timer unit, and this is the Magic Squares unit. And then this contraption right here is called the reflex unit. And by the way, the reflex and the timer unit are in every game as far as I'm aware. And there's a couple adjustments here. I see corners, reflex, yellow lines. That one, I don't know. I think it might be extra balls. And we got a relay bank here. And it looks like one of them is tripped, and the other ones are all reset. Do I got that right? Yeah. Okay. Here's another stepper. This is the yellow line unit, which you know is the yellow lines. And I guess this must be the red lines unit. Again, there's no label. This one here, I'm not quite sure. I see something there, but I don't know. I'll have to look, and I'll have to look up pictures and see if I know what that is. There's a tilt there, or a tilt switch. And then this bad boy up here is called the mixer unit. It's got a big old wiper board like here, kind of like the control unit. It's got these discs here that spin around. This is what does the lights, by the way. Like on the front of the game when you start, or put a credit in. There's the motor. They got this little fan blade on it. I don't know what that does. Got some cams here, some switches. There's a coil up here that does have the label behind it. What does it say? It says it's a score something. Oh, score extra step relay. No idea what that does. I got a couple gears here. Oh, this looks like it might be a problem. There's a couple coils back there. Looks like one of them is looks like one of them holds this in place, which is, I think, is the wiper. And there's another one here for this gear too. And then there's a big old coil under there that looks like, let's see if it pulls in. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like those are going to be a problem. So I guess that this is what pulls in at the start of the game, and that's what makes all your lights dance. There's a bunch of relays here. Search relay number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Yeah, these are all just search relays. There's a switch right here, which is, I guess, this is where the lock sits. So I guess when the door is shut, or the lock, yeah, when the door is shut, it holds the switch closed. I don't know what the purpose of that is for, but okay, looks we got a couple chewed wires here. Oh, by the way, there was a mouse living in this game at one point. So yeah, if you see chewed up wires, you know that a mouse has been living in your game. Looks like they go here. Yeah, I'm not really all concerned about that. I'll fix it just for giggles, I guess, but I don't know if that affects anything. We got another relay here that's called the Features Run Relay. It's not focusing, but that's what it says on there. Okay. Down at the bottom here, I can't really see. Hold on, I'm gonna get a light so we can see this better. Alright, that's much better. Here's a better look at everything in here. Broadway. This area down here is particularly really dirty, but here's the Jones plugs. I had them unplugged because that's how I had to remove the head. There's a transformer. This is where the fuses are in these machines. They're right here. Labels are screwed up too, but and these aren't great. All this is going to need service, by the way. You can see on some of these, they need to be cleaned real bad. Well, I'd say we can go ahead and plug it in, but if you look, we can't even do that yet. The power cord's hacked off. The gentleman that sold me this told me that it was in really bad shape, and I could probably imagine since there was a mouse living in here. But I'll have to see if I have a cord that I can use for this. But you know, before we do that, we can actually lift up the playfield, and I'll show you what it looks like in there. Okay, so the way you lift up the playfields on these older games is there are 4 screws holding it down. There's 2 on both sides. There's only one of them in this game, so it made it easy. And then you might think you can just lift up on it, but you can't. The shooter rod's in the way. So what you gotta do is you gotta hold the shooter rod back, and then the playfield will pop up. I think I got something. There we go. So yeah, I'll lift it up and then I'll show you underneath there. Alright, got the playfield lifted up. These don't have a rail or anything, they just kind of sit there. So you can set it up however you like it. But here's what it looks like with the playfield up. It's kind of a mess down here. Again, there was a mouse living in here at one point. There's the ball lift motor down there, I think. Yeah. Down there that says ball lift motor. I'll probably take this up and up so we can see the bottom of the cabinet, but I gotta clean it first. Here's the bottom. We have the shutter, which is this panel here. I don't know what it's made of, but I've seen this before on flipper games. Oh, hey, look, there's a spider. This is the shutter motor right there. It's upside down, you can't read it, but it's basically a motor with a bunch of cams, and it rides up on these switches here. Also, those need to be cleaned too. This is the lifter start relay. And then there's a bunch of switches over here. I guess when this moves in, I'm trying to show you there, it closes all, just slams all these together. And then there's the trough switch. So yeah, I think I'll see if I can remove this board here. I might gotta vacuum it first, unless I can just lift it up as is. It looks like there's just some screws holding it down. They're really rusty though, so they're hard to see. But we'll see if we can clean it. Here's what the pinballs look like. This is just one of them. That doesn't mean they all look like this, but hopefully they aren't bad. But they probably are. Oh, there's those switches for the buttons. You can see they move as I press them. So I'll remove that or clean it first, do whatever, and then we can see at the bottom of the cabinet. Finally. Alright, got that bottom piece out. It's laying right over there. Just a few screws and it popped right out. So here's the bottom of the cabinet. I got my phone propped up as a flashlight so we could see. And you can see there's where the mice once lived. Icky, 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 icky. Oh look, there's one of the pinballs. How does this one look? This one doesn't look too bad. The other two are probably buried somewhere back there. Great. There's a little hole there. Here's the shutter motor, or not the shutter, the ball lift motor. Better view of that. All the stuff behind the coin door. There's the coin mech. That's the replay counter. So yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll vacuum all this out, and then if I find any interesting goodies, I will show them to you. So let me get started on that. Alrighty, I vacuumed out the entire cabinet. What do you think? Can't see back there, but I did get in the corners. The mouse house is gone. I also cleaned or vacuumed this board too. So that's all looking good as far as dirt chunks go. Here's the playfield. And as you can see, I did find the rest of the balls, except there's one missing. There's only there's one in the mechanism, so there's only 7. There's supposed to be 8. So one of the pinballs is missing, which is fine because those are probably no good anyways, so I'll have to order some more. But here's all the little goodies I found inside of it. You got a Tennessee keychain. It's in the shape of Tennessee. I found a few of the screws for the playfield. I found a nut, a couple screws, one of the washers for the screws, so I have all four, but I'm missing a screw. I found this, a little tag. I think it's made of wood, I'm not sure, but state of Indiana, which I thought was cool. I found this last second actually. I got caught in the vacuum as I was sucking it up, so it's a good thing I noticed that. I found this, which is a one of those multi-tools, but I probably can't open it because it's really rusty. Yeah, that was hiding in the mouse house. A couple little plastics, I don't know what they're for. And this key here, the way it, where I found this was quite interesting. It was jammed underneath this trough here, and I was trying to vacuum as much of that as I could, and then I noticed there was something sticking out from under here. It looked like that, and it was this key. So I'm jumping up and down because when I bought the machine, I told the guy, "Do you have the keys?" And he's like, "Nah." And it sucked because I wanted to put that frame back on, and two, to remove this other one because the back glass is actually jammed in there right now. Let me show you. You can see right here it's fine, but as you pan down, look, it's completely stuck and I can't move it in or out or anything. That happened when we were transporting it. I should have taken it out before, but I didn't have a safe place to put it, and I wasn't taking any risks because I don't want to spend $350 on a new glass. So I'll have to worry about that later. But once I found this key, I immediately put it in here, and as you can see, it does fit, but it doesn't unlock it. So I got fucking scammed. I know some of you are probably laughing about that in the comments, or not comments, while watching. But those are all the little goodies I found. Nothing too interesting. And of course the 3 pinballs, because there were only 4 of them in there. But now the cabinet's clean. So I'll put these back inside, mount them all down for now, and then we will do the cord next. Oh, before I put the playfield back in, I wanted to show you the Jones plugs. You see, they're not that great. That one's bent. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, they're not all that great. They're kind of still shiny, but they probably might work still. I don't know, we'll have to clean them anyway, but yeah, I just wanted to show that real quick. Alright, so I was able to get a cord on it. I soldered the wires together, put heat shrink, and I didn't have electrical tape, so I just taped it with this duct tape for now. until I could find something better I can put on it. But I did in fact plug it in, and nothing's happening, so I guess the machine must be off. So you know what that means. It's time to turn it on and see what it does. This is always the scary part. I'm pretty sure most of us can agree, especially y'all flipper game collectors. So the switch is down here, so I'm going to turn it on and see what happens. Here we go. Okay, good game. We got table lights. Got the back glass lit. You can see the flaking's really bad. I could hear something in the back. Oh, what's this? Okay, not sure why that's running. Well, I guess the timer unit's at 0 because nothing else is moving. The magic squares aren't moving. Mixer's not running. Just this. Well, we do got a runner. There's no credits on the machine, but I did want to point out too that I did notice this too. This is the magic squares unit, and there's just 2 wires that are completely eaten away. I guess the mouse did that too, so there's another thing they'll have to solder. And I also noticed this up here. It's the replay unit. I'm not sure which coil it is, but this one right here has the same problem. I'm not touching it because I don't know if those wires are live right now, but yeah. Because this keeps on running. Wondering if it'll stop or not, but probably since those contacts are so dirty, it doesn't know what to do. But you know what? I'm actually gonna see if I can add a credit. And that squeaking's getting loud. Let's see, is this the... Oh, that's the step down coil. Alright. Push this up. It should add a credit. There we go. Now 1 credit. So, I believe pressing the, it says here, press the red button and deposit coin to start game. Oh wait, I hear something else, something moving back there. Can't see, but something else is moving back there now. So let's see what happens if we press start. Oh, when we do, we should see the magic squares move back to home if they aren't at home already. We should see a bunch of lights doing their thing. The balls are already in the trough, so we might see the shutter motor, or not, yeah, the shutter motor do its thing. So let's see what happens. Nothing. When I do press the button, I do hear a relay pulling in. You probably can't hear it, but let me press the yellow button. It took my quarter, or my credit. I do hear a bunch of stuff moving. Yeah, this game's screwed up. Try adding another credit. It's kind of hard to. It's not in a good place. Let's see here. There you go. Add another one, just to be sure. Try it again. Did something that time. I saw one corner move. Did y'all see that? It was this one right here. So yeah. Well, I guess what I'll do is I'll just start cleaning everything, since we obviously can't play a game right now. Didn't kick the ball out. The shutter motor moved though. Something else moved. Oh, you know what? It didn't take our credits. Let me try it again. Oh, let me try the yellow button. Well, yeah, still not working. Alright, so I'll turn it off and I'll just start cleaning stuff. We'll start with the back door. Okay, day 2, or night 2 technically, of working on the piece of crap boat anchor. I grabbed myself a couple things here to help with the repairs. Last night we left off, we got the cord on it, we turned it on, and it just keeps running. I got a light here I could turn on so we could see the back better. There we go. That's better. Should have had that in the first clip, but whatever. You know, let's turn it on and see if anything has changed. Probably not, but just for giggles. I'll show you what's moving back here. The search wiper. And something back here. These clicking noises that you hear. Are these back here? Yeah, I'm not sure what those are doing right now. But nothing else is still moving. I did want to point out that this relay bank here is actually reset all the way. remember one of these was tripped, and so that was one of the things that actually did reset properly. I believe one of these relays here, is, if you can see, they're pulled in. Still won't start a game, I bet. Nah. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do is we'll start down here at the bottom. We'll start with these 3 units here, and we'll work our way up. I'll probably not do the mixer unit too soon because, you know, it's a lot to take in. I still gotta think about how I'm gonna service this because of all these wires here. They all connect to the, you know, the board, the wiper board, and the motor, and all the cams. So we'll shut this off, and then we'll start here at the Magic Squares unit. Alright, so we're gonna start here at the Magic Squares unit. I don't know if it will focus on the tag, but I took the screws out. There's a good look at it there. You can see just how ugly all the rivets look. Here's the other side. This unit does not have any switches on it. That appears where they would mount. And here's these 2 wires that I was talking about that I got a solder to here. So I'll have to get the soldering iron in. I'll start working on that. But I believe this is the step-up coil here. You can see it's really sticky and really has trouble moving. You see here, it's hard to do this with one hand. Good, slowly moving. But yeah, I think you get the idea. You've probably seen it 100 times already if you watch pinball repair like me. So I think what I gotta do is I gotta take that screw out. I can pull the spider off. I can clean the contacts, and then I can oil all these pivots here, and hopefully I'll get this step removing, so I will do just that. Alright, I got the rivets all sanded down. Got nice and shiny they all are now. I want to show you something about the cam. Look at this crap. Someone's put WD-40 on it. No good. That's why it was all sticky. So I'll clean that off. I oiled all the pivots and the springs so they're all snappy. I'll show you how that works once I got it mounted back together. I haven't soldered the wires yet. I have to do that once it's mounted to the door. But yeah, it's coming along. You want to know what I used to clean that? That's right, a big old sanding block. I think to me it was just the right grit. Since I didn't have sandpaper. Actually no, I did have sandpaper, but it was really abrasive. so it was a much higher grit. So I didn't want to really use it on something like this. But yeah, it's all back together. I just need to clean that, and also clean the spider too. I'll show you that. These are all shiny too. So I'll put it back together and I'll show you how it works after that. Alright, I got it all back together. Let me show you how nicely it steps up now. Look at that, nice and snappy. I'm trying to get it where I can show you where it doesn't block out the light, but final position. Bam. Let's see if it'll reset from the first position. Goody. That's how you want it. I also soldered the wires back together and back on that lug. So they're good. So this should now work just fine. Hopefully we can start a game too. And this is what I used to put on the rivets. Now if you're seeing this, then you know exactly who I watch as when it comes to pinball repair. Alright, that's done. So now we'll move on to this unit here, which I believe is the timer unit. Label doesn't say, but before I disconnect it from the door, I wanted to show you these. Now these are adjustments for several features in the game. You can see some of them say what they are. I think this one is the extra balls. This is the red and yellow lines. Those are the corners, for scoring. If you shoot the ball in all four corners, it'll score. And this is the reflex, which is this unit right here. And if you look, all of these ones are set to off. And this one is set to where it only gives you, I think, 1 or 2 extra balls. So I don't know who set them like that, but I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna leave them on because I want to have as much features working in this game. Because the red and yellow lines in the corners, if you don't have those on or the extra balls, that makes the game boring. And who would want that? I already get enough people saying that these bow anchors are boring, which I say otherwise, but enough of that. The timer unit. Now this one is in really rough shape. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Wow. It does step up, but it could barely reset. Wow, I just gave up there. So yeah, we'll have to give that one some preventive maintenance. So I'll take the screws out and we'll take a look at it much closer. Alright, took the screws out. Now we can get a much closer look at it. And look at this. Ew. It's so bad. They neglected my poor baby, people. Wires are stiff, so it's hard to move this. You look at it, so dirty. Blech. All this mouse house stuff. Now, this unit has a switch on it. The Magic Squares unit didn't, so looks like once it reaches last position, where's the, oh, it's way over here. This thing steps up a lot. So it just keeps going. It keeps on going. Oh, look, it's even struggling. Once it gets the final position, it closes that switch. So I guess it must be open right now. Geez. So I'll just do the same thing I did to this unit. Take it all apart, clean it. This one's probably really bad as far as like the cam where it slides down in there. And we'll clean all the rivets, put the grease on it. And then I bet you anything, once we fix this unit, or I guess maybe not, but maybe the rest of the game will start working better and the control unit will stop continuously running, since the mixer and the Magic Squares weren't running, and this was stepped all the way up, and when this is stepped all the way up, all the units shut off. So when you finish your playing your bingo and you know the motors keep running after the game, and then all of a sudden you hear them stop, that's this reaching its final step and closing that switch. Yeah, there's a little bit of information for you about that. If it's still going. Alright, so I'll get started. Alright, just finished this one. Look at it. That is one happy stepper unit. Oiled all the pivots. I cleaned the switch. Now let's see, I gotta switch hands here. Look at that. Now watch it reset. Boom! Nice and snappy. Let's switch it, or no, let's step it all the way up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38 steps. Jesus, that's a lot. And if you look, the switch is closed. I also cleaned the switch too, in case I didn't say already. Of course. So yeah, no. Let's watch it step back now. Ready? Boom! Look at that. Oh, hit my elbow. Alright, so there's those two stepper units done. Now I'm kind of curious. You know, this is what controls the motors when to turn on and shut off. And you remember when we started it up, the control unit kept running even though this was all the way up and the switch was closed. So I wonder what would happen if we turned it on now that this is clean. You know, I'm curious. Let's do it. So I'll mount this back. I'm going to step it all the way up, and we'll see if anything's changed since we have this now clean. Alright, So I mounted the timer back. I stepped it all the way up. The switch is closed. So let's see what happens when we turn on the machine. If anything has changed. The magic squares, definitely nothing has changed since we never even got to see those work. But I wonder what happens with the timer. So let's see. Do I have it unplugged? Oh, the machine is off. Here, I'll plug it in real quick. Alright, I plugged it in. I forgot I unplugged it to service the electronics. So now let's try it. Okay, I guess it's still the same. Let's see what happens if I... Ooh, look at that. Did you see that? It arced a little bit. Well, okay, I guess I didn't change anything. When we start a game, though. Nope, still can't start again. Okay, just wanted to try that just to see if anything's changed, so back to cleaning. Alright, well, moving on. So our next project is the reflex unit. I don't even know what this is supposed to do, but I think what this does is this steps up or something, and basically it the more credits you add onto it, the more or the less chances you'll get to be able to unlock or light up some features. I think that's what this is for. I remember reading it somewhere. It says right there, top magnet, bottom magnet. So I guess what this does, it looks like it steps this up. I don't know if it's, is it up all the way? I guess it's up all the way. I don't know how that resets, but let's try this one here. Well, these wires are in the way. Okay. Yeah, it steps up this wheel. It's kind of stiff right now anyways, but I don't know what moves this. Maybe there's a coil inside. I did notice that there's a wire torn right here, so I'll have to solder that on too. But it looks like there's 4 screws on each side. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably take this side loose, since I probably have to clean the legs on the spider anyway. I don't think I need to clean the ribs, so these ones are actually pretty shiny. Maybe I will, just to be sure that they're clean and that it works, but so I'll take these 4 screws loose. Looks like when I take this one loose, this is gonna pop loose as well. This little, I guess, ground. I don't know if this is a ground or not. There's one here too. I don't know. I'll take it apart and I'll show you what's inside. Okay, so before I show you something, I did flip it over to see what was inside, and I don't know if you can see. Oh, there you go. It's just a bunch of gears. No, I thought it was a bunch of switches and cams and all that, but I found out how it works. So I showed you that both of these wheels spin when this relay pulls in, you know, like that. So I was just spinning one of them because, you know, since it stepped up so slow, and I noticed that when I forced it to move, look, this moves slowly. Trying to show it with one hand here. So this moves it back, this wheel here, and then this wheel moves it the other way. See, now it's moving the other way. So yeah, I don't think this really needs much cleaning. I tried moving those screws and it doesn't really come apart unless I'm not trying hard enough, but it's just a few gears that just turn it real slow. I guess you could oil the gears. I guess I'll do that. The ones I can reach anyway, just to be sure that, you know, it's actually clean. Oh, and by the way, you can't just take this off. Look, it's got a nut on it. I could take that off and clean it. I still will, just so I can clean all this. But yeah, that's how this works apparently. And I took the little Jones plug or whatever you call this out, and it's a little dirty. So I'll clean that and then I'll leave it in the on position. I'll clean the rest of these too. So I'll be back again. Alright, so I disassembled the reflex unit a bit. I took the spider off. I cleaned it up. It's looking pretty good. It wasn't that bad. And then I took loose the plate. Originally like that. It had 3 screws in it. The nut on the spider is 5/16 in case you're wondering. So I just used a ratchet wrench to get it loose. And so I had to take this disc loose because I need to put a new wire there that goes to this. I don't know if this is a ground or not, but I cleaned this up. It's really shiny, as you can see. So I'll get a new wire for that. And then I also cleaned up the rivets a little bit. They weren't that bad. They were already pretty good, but I just decided to clean them anyway. But oh yeah, I also cleaned this too. I cleaned this on all the steppers too, or both of them so far. So I'll do that, and then we can move on to the plugs up here and this relay bank. Just wanted to show you that I oiled all this too. I oiled the shaft down there. On this gear, you can see this one's dripping out a bit. Oiled that pivot there. Now the coils are fine, I guess. I don't know. This thing's probably hasn't been turned on in a long time. But let me get this taken care of, and then I'll quickly show these, because all this is just, you know, cleaning a few plugs. And then we'll do this big boy right here. So I'll be back shortly. Alrighty, got the reflex unit back together. Shiny rivets, new grease. Gotta put a new wire on there. And now I'm up to doing these plugs here. I removed all of them. I started with this one just to see how they would clean up with the the sanding block. And they clean up pretty good. Look how shiny they are. So I don't have something to clean inside of there, so I'm hoping it'll be fine. Oh, whoops. Accidentally put it in the off position. Let's put that there. There. That's much better. So I'll just do these all one at a time. Which reminds me, I never cleaned the Jones plugs over here. These ones are pretty grummy too. So I'll probably need to do these as well. Let's take a look at the playfield ones. I know I looked at these before, but I was just checking them again. And they'll all need to be cleaned for sure. Oh, and then we need to do the coin door. That unplugs too. We need to do a lot on near the coin door, but we'll do that later. We're just going to focus on these for now, and then we can focus on this relay bank here. So let me clean all those up, and we will move right along. Alrighty, I cleaned all of these. They weren't too bad. I switched them all to on. This one I set to the max setting, but we don't have the 8th ball, so that's probably not going to work either way. The corners are on, the reflex is on, red and yellow lines are on, so hopefully those will work in the game. And now I disconnected the relay bank here, and now we're going to work on it next. Now you can see remnants of the label there. And this is hole something. Number 2 of 18 spot on the back glass. Select before 5th ball. Extra ball. Selector lock. Corners. Yeah, I'm not sure which one is which because it's folded down, but I was looking at this earlier, and before I grabbed the camera, I noticed something quite off about this. So you could see these plates here, and you could see this one right here is missing one. So I thought, oh no, I hope I could find that online. But if you look, it doesn't even have the coil either. So it's apparently supposed to be like that. And if you look this, it has an extra bar there. So when this one pulls in, it pulls that one with it. So I guess that's normal, which, trust me, was a hell of a relief. So yeah, we just gotta go through all of these and make sure they're clean, make sure they open when they're supposed to open, they close when they're supposed to close, etc., etc. Common pinball knowledge. Let's see here. Looks like so far the ones that I have I've checked are all kind of doing their thing. Of course, it's upside down, so it's hard to know if they're really working or not. They seem to be. So I'll just go through all of these, clean them, Might need to adjust a couple of them. Not sure yet. But yeah, so I'll do that, and I'll let you know if I find anything that's all goofy. And if you're wondering why I'm not showing me going through everything like down here, it's because I don't have a tripod, so I can't show the process of, you know, taking these apart, cleaning them or whatever. So you'll just have to trust me that I'm doing the best that I can do with all these, and I'm showing you what I can show you. I mean, you've seen all these work so far. You've seen what they were like before, but yeah. So I'll do those, and then we could finally move on to up there. Alright people, I got through all the switches. Finally. That took forever. I don't know if you might be able to see. Some of them clean. The focus cooperates. There you go. There's one of them. So I did those, and then while I was here, I cleaned the Jones plugs. I think these are all shiny now. I think these are for the play field. And then I did this one here. This one was pretty bad. And I need to do those two in the back there. Right, now I can set this or mount this back where it goes, and then we'll start up here on the yellow line unit. Alright, relay bank is mounted back where it should be. Let's see if it will reset all of them. I can't do it. I also cleaned the features run relay. It's kind of misadjusted too, but when I adjusted it, I broke the switch blade, so I had to kind of jam it in there. I think it's working now, but don't know until we start the game. I also cleaned the tilt over here. So now we can do these 3 stepper units. So we'll start with the yellow line unit. I think this one was working fine, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a little slow, but still resets back to one position. Here's the red line unit. Same thing. I don't know what that one is, but this one here also steps up pretty good. If I could find the coil. That one kind of sticks. But yeah, we'll start with this one. Do the same basic thing. This one's got a couple switches on it too, so we'll have to clean those. And then we'll just move right along as we go. Okay, here's the yellow line unit. Rivets aren't too bad compared to the other ones that we've repaired so far. It's hard to move this one because there's not much room for the wires. But Got a few switch stacks here, so I have to clean those. Always a little toasty. This one, let's see, gotta switch hands. This one steps up pretty good. Kinda, I guess. But still pretty stiff and sticky. So I'll just do the usual. Take the spider off. Take the cam out, clean the WD-40 crap that they put in there probably. Clean the switch stacks, oil all the pivots, blah blah blah, you get the idea. And then we'll have that done, and then basically the same thing applied to the red line unit, which works much better than the yellow line unit, but it still needs work obviously. And then this unit here, I looked up earlier, and this unit is called the score unit. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this is not a good one to have screwed up, because otherwise you're not gonna win anything if it's all messed up. But this one also steps up fine too. I can never find the coil. This one also steps up pretty good too. Still has reset problems, but you know, that will be a little later. But I'll do this one, and then we can knock these both out, and then I'll show you this one here. Alrighty, finish this one. See, it's got nice shiny rivets. Look at that, nice and snappy. Clean the switches. I was able to pull the cam up, but I had to bend the absolute shit out of all those switches. And I was at least sitting here for 10 minutes, because when the cam reached the final position, this third switch back here didn't open. And I thought I didn't have it in the right spot, even though this one was. But it just turns out that the switch was misadjusted slightly. So you can see in there, once it reaches the final position, all three of those open. When it resets, they close. So now I'm going to do this one. Same deal. Clean the three switches, clean the spider, clean the rivets, blah blah blah. I'm not going to show that one because it's the same thing as this one. And then we can do the score unit at last. So I'll knock this out, and then we'll move on to this one. Alrighty, got this one done. It's nice and snappy like this one. Switches are clean, pivots are oiled. Now we can move on to the score unit. This is one of those, this has the type of spider that has all the wires on it and everything. And it has this protector, springy thingy on it. So it's hard to move around. I'm trying to show you, but there's a switch. There's a single switch down there, and then there's one down here which looks to be heavily misadjusted. So it looks like when this armature pulls in, I know it's hard to see, just bear with me. Looks like the armature hits it, pulls it down, but oh well, it might be connecting. I can't see it too well either. But Same deal, take the spider off, take the cam out, clean everything, and then that'll be it for all the steppers on the door. And then we can finally move on to Big Papa here and these relays here. If I don't trip over stuff. Alright, so I'll take care of this and then we can move on. Okay, finish the score unit. The rivet's all nice and shiny. Spider's clean. Oh, if I can find the coil. Here it is. Clean the switches on it. Same deal as all these other ones. Now that just leaves Big Papa, the mixer unit, and these 5 relays here. And normally I would just start on this, but up until this point I have not seen this run. And I was looking earlier and I noticed here, I don't know if you could see, but the coil or the winding on the motor does not look good. So if this motor is burnt, I'm gonna be pissed off, because I don't know if I could find one of these. There is a part number here. E119-100. So maybe I can find it by looking on places like eBay or something. I don't know, but what I figured we could do is we could turn it on and maybe we can get lucky and it's just stuck, because when this runs, these cams turn and bounces these switches here. So maybe if we just try moving them, maybe it'll start moving. So turn it on. And I also moved the timer unit back a couple positions, so that way these can run. But let's see here. I can't move it. Oh, look, it's moving. Whoa. What happened? It took our credit. Well, the motor's still not running, so, but we know this isn't seized. So oh no. Could probably test the motor and see if it has power running to it. So let me grab my multimeter and we'll check it. Well, there's no voltage on the motor, so I started wiggling the wires around, and this is our problem. Cut wire. That's why this isn't moving. And it's way freaking up here, but I don't know where it's at. I think I see it, but I don't know. So I'll mess around with that loom, look for the wire, and I'll kind of do a little twist tie, you know, like strip the wire and wrap it around just to see if that is our issue confirmed. And if so, then we can start tearing into this. So let me fiddle with that real quick. Okay, so I trim the wire and twist tie to get together. It's right here on screen. I'm wiggling it. Can't see it because it's a bad place. Just to see if it works. So let's turn it on. Damn it. I didn't fix it. Oh wait, no. I feel it humming. Look at. Uh-oh. Coil locked on. Yeah, it's trying to move. I think it actually is seized up. See it there? Very carefully try to get it going. Well, the cams are turning. I think the gearbox might be messed up a bit. See this way. Keep on turning it. Maybe it'll slowly but surely start working again. Well, let me put the camera down and mess with it a little more. Okay, it's starting to go now. Almost got it. There it goes. Let me move that pipe out of the way, it's loud. Alright, I just had to move the fan blades out of the way, but there it goes, it's spinning. Alrighty. You know what? I bet you anything we can start a game now. I bet that was the whole reason why we couldn't start a game. They give us a credit. Oh, well. Don't want us to have a credit. Yeah, it keeps deducting your credit every time I try to add it. Let me keep messing with it. Well, as I was messing with the replay counter, it died again. Well, since we know it's running anyway, now we can properly service it. So I'll see if I can remove this whole thing from the door to where I can show you a bunch of stuff, and we'll give it a good thorough clean job on it. Well, I couldn't believe it. I stepped the timer up all the way to the final position and everything shut off. So it's working good now. And I was able to add a credit. I wonder if we could start a game finally. Nope. I guess not. You heard the start relay pull in. I think that's what happened. Yeah. Start relay pulled in. It's not doing nothing though. Yep, still needs work, but anyways, let's work on the mixer unit. Alright people, I went all out on this thing. I took it the hell apart. Like literally, there's the whole motor right there. The shaft, the cams, the search wiper, clutches, spacers, springs, gears, all that. The discs here, they actually don't look too bad. I'm still gonna clean them anyways, but I think this one's probably the worst one out of the four. Here's those two switches. I unsoldered the wires here so I can get the motor out. Here's what the whole thing looks like without all that stuff in the way. This is actually one of those things where you could go all out on. Like you could literally take every single metal piece off of this and you could end up with just that backboard. Cause like you can take that coil off, you can take these off. I took one of them off already. You can take that coil off. You could remove all this. There's a screw right here to take all that off, as well as on the other side there. You can take all those off, clean them up, oil them good. You can take all these off too. All you gotta do is remove the nut, and then you could take each of these arms off. But I'm not gonna do all that. I'm just gonna focus on what I need to do, which is all that and these. But here's a good look at the spotting disc. This one's pretty bad. I bet the arms were resting where all this grease was, if I'm gonna guess. But I'll clean that up, clean all the discs off, clean the switches, blah blah blah, and put it back together. Now as for these, I numbered these when I took them off. Like this one's 1, like 1 being the first disc, like right there. But I don't know if the factory did this or what, but they're actually already numbered, but they're in reverse. This is 4, this is 3, this is 2, this is 1. And I numbered them 1, 2, 3, 4 as I took them off the shaft. But that's no problem. I'll know where they go. I also got all these clutch discs too that need to be cleaned up. These little spacers too, and these bumped discs here. Here's one. They when this coil pulls in, a couple of these will lock in there. So what those bumped cams do is they hit this and it pushes them out of the way. So that way it locks all the discs in place. And I think that's what gives you your randomization, like, you know, whatever feature you unlock, like the magic squares, red, yellow lines, blah blah blah, all that. Here's what the shaft looks like. It's pretty ugly. Lots of old sticky grease. It's not too bad down here, but everything past here is where all this stuff was. So that's the area that needs the most attention. And like the entire unit, you could go all out on the motor too. Like you can take the rest of this off. You can take the whole shaft off. You can take all this apart. You can take the gearbox apart, clean all the gears, put new oil in it or grease. I don't know if it might be. I don't know if oil's in there or if it's just grease or not. But there's a better top of the motor that I was talking about that looked all messed up. But I think that's just dirt. Yeah, it's coming off, so I think it's just dirt. So we'll just disregard that, I guess. There's a little fan. There's those 2 cams with the bumps on them. But yeah, I'm not going to do that either. The motor runs fine. I'm just going to oil the shaft with there so it's not sticking no more. And clean the shaft. So I will do all that, put it back together, try to remember where everything goes, even though I don't remember anymore, even though I just took all this apart like 5 minutes ago. So that's fun. But I'll get it all back together. Oh, and here's the spotting wiper. These aren't too bad either. Oh, and these channels need to be cleaned too. Can't forget that. And then this assembly here, it mounts right here where these two arms are, whatever you want to call those. It mounts like that. And I'll need to clean the channels too. And there's also a switch down there that rides across a couple bumps. I can't show because I need two hands to demonstrate that. You can see them right there. And so as the wheel rides over those bumps, the switch closes. So I need to clean the switch too. But there's that. But that's pretty much it for the mixer unit. There's a lot of these clutch discs that need to be cleaned. See, they got worn spots in them, and they're all dirty. But I'm hoping I don't have to replace any of those, and I'm hoping once I put this together, like none of these rings just slip when you know they're supposed to turn. But I'm hoping I don't have that issue. And I was actually stuck tearing this apart for a while because you could see right there's a hole there, and this slides over that, and there's a rivet pin that holds that in place, which is right here. That was very hard to take out. I had to use a lot of odd tools, like I ended up using this to get it out. This is like some special bit screwdriver. I had to really hammer at it because it was really stuck in there, and this was also pretty stuck on there too. Like all that stuff is oil that I had to put on it to get it to slip off the shaft. So that was my only big issue as far as taking this apart. But I'll get started on cleaning all this as best I can, and we'll put it back together, and hopefully it will work better than it did, if it even did at all. Alright, I cleaned everything that I wanted to clean. Cleaned all the discs, all the points on them. See, they're shiny now. I cleaned the shaft as best I could. That's about as good as it's gonna get. It's got groove marks in it from all the cams and all the spacers, but it's clean. Here's the spotting wiper. All the grooves down there are all shiny too, you can see them. I cleaned the discs up here. Then I cleaned this big one right here. You can see it's much better than what it used to be. So now I just need to put the whole damn thing back together again. And then I can do the switches and whatever else I need to do. And then that will be the mixer unit complete. So I will put all this back together in the order that I remember. Oh, I also cleaned this too, and the switch down there. I'll just put this back together in the order that I can remember the most, and then we can test it to make sure, or to see if it's any different, which it should be, but would we be able to start a game? I don't know yet, because this was working before and we still couldn't start a game, but I don't know. I think it has to do with this unit right here and probably these relays here, but I don't know. But let me put this back together and then we can move on. Alright, mixer unit's all back together now. Nice clean rivets. I cleaned the switches on those two coils, and that one there, and these ones here. And I oiled all the pivot rods. Oh, that one locks. See, they're nice and snappy. This one, I think that one has a weak spring, but yeah, they're all oiled. I think they'll probably need to be adjusted later. What? I still have to see if it works, but the timer unit's all the way up, and I don't know what and resetting it doesn't start the motors again, so it's probably something with the control unit. But one of the last things that we need to do is clean the search relays. I've taken them off the wall, or the door, and they all need their typical cleanup. I don't know if I could show you, but they're pretty dirty. You can just by looking at the top rivets, you can tell that they're all pretty dirty. And then once that's done, there goes the screw. I have to solder this. The wires are sticking out right here to this loom, and then that will be it for the back door. Believe it or not, there's not much in this game. And then we could start tackling all this. I believe once I finish with the back door, I'll start with the control unit, because it's actually really messed up. I've noticed there was chewed up wires. That's probably preventing it from starting a game. But I'll take care of those and that, and then we can move on to everything in here. So I'll come back once all that is done. Alrighty, I cleaned all the search relays. There was nothing really wrong with them other than they were just all extremely dirty. So those are good, and I soldered some new wires onto the switch back here for the lock. I really don't know what the purpose of that is yet, but I guess we'll find out soon. Those are the original wires. I still have to find my electrical tape. I don't have a heat shrink tubing, or at least the correct size, so I'll just have to be that way for now. But that is actually everything on the back door. That didn't take as long as I thought it was going to originally, especially considering I had no experience with this mixer unit, but I managed to do it. So now we can start messing with everything in here. So we're going to start with the control unit. I took it loose from the backboard here. I got another light that I can show you. That's better. There we go. Unfortunately, upon removing this, there's actually a bunch more torn wires. But it looks like they all go to those lights down there, and those are the extra ball lights, so I'm not too worried about that right now. There's a good look at the front. Bunch of switches. Look, they're all really dirty. They don't need to be sanded down, or not sanded down, filed down and cleaned. There's a bunch of them on this one. Here's the search disc. That's what 40, 50 years of neglect looks like on a pinball machine. This old anyways. And back here, there's a couple more torn wires. They go to the switch right here. And they go, I have to tilt this back a bit so I can show you. They go right there to this switch, and there's another torn wire right here. I'm still kind of cleaning this off. There was a bunch of that mouse house stuff on it, but basically same principle. I'll just sand or file down all the switches, clean the disc and the wiper. I don't think I'm going to go too crazy on this one, like taking it all apart and everything, because it's just cams with bumps on it. It's like you could basically think of this like the score motor in a flipper game. That's the first thing that comes to mind for me anyways. There's a big old resistor there. So I'll get started on that. Then before we mount that, I'll fix all this wiring, and then I think we'll mess with these relays here, because these are kind of important. Like, this is the red button relay, that's the start relay, that's the anti-cheat relay, this is the replay reset relay, and you gotta have all those working good if you want to play a game at least. So I'll get started on that, and then I shall let you know how that turned out in a minute. Alrighty, the control unit's finally done. It took a bit longer than I expected, but it's clean. There's the search disc. You can see it's much better. Cleaned all the switches. You can tell just by looking at them. They're all shiny, so they should work good. There's one wire that I fixed. I just used some spare wire I had. Here's the other one. And I decided about these ones I'm not gonna mess with right now, because I can fold this whole board down. I just gotta get the glass out first, and that will make it much easier to reconnect all these, because these are just lights, so I don't have to worry about those right now. But yeah, this unit's all done. I oiled what I could, which wasn't much, but it should work much better than it did now, as far as like with the switches and whatnot. But now that that's out of the way, I'll clean these relays next, and then we can once again try to get it to start a game. I doubt it, but if it doesn't start a game by this point, then I don't know what's wrong. But I think after these, there went my light. But after these, we'll actually start on the coin door, because there's a lot of switches over there, and under the playfield as well, because we need to I think the shutter motor is all messed up, because it's stuck in the open position and it hasn't reset, so we'll have to look at that too. But I'll mount this back over there, and then clean the relays, and then we'll try to start a game once more. Okay, I mounted back the control unit, I mounted that the Jones plug board too, because I had it folded down so I can get it out. I cleaned these 5 relays here, and so let's turn it on and see if anything's different now. Let's see, where's the switch? Okay. Took the credit away. Red button relays pulled in, but nothing else. That's weird. Let me see here. Oh, look. Yeah, I'm gonna hit start. It's nothing. It tries to start, but it takes the credit away. Well, I don't know, I guess we still have issues, so what I think we'll do now is we'll start under the playfield, get all this clean because the glass is still jammed in there, so I can't start on the back board yet. I did order some locks, you know, for the glass, and they came with keys, but the keys don't fit this lock. Or I mean they do, but they don't unlock it. So I'm kind of in the mud with this one. But I guess we'll just keep cleaning stuff until it starts the game, then we can troubleshoot it. And we still have to clean it too, but I got the stuff that we need, but I just don't want to clean it yet. I want to get it working before we go any further. So yeah, we'll lift up the playfield and we'll start just cleaning stuff. Alright, here we are inside the cabinet again. Except only this time it's clean. I took all the balls out of the trough because we'll have to clean the switches under there. Looking back in here again, there actually is a lot more crap than I remember there being. It's like there's a tilt bob, but it's not in there. You know, the tilt mechanism that you see in flipper games. There's the ball lift motor. This is the ball lift mechanism. There's the switches for the magic squares. There's even a tilt switch down there. There's a meter that says, let me see, let's see here. What does it say? If it will focus. $98,920. I don't know what that means, but there's also another one here. This one says, you probably can't read it, it says 63,425. I don't know if that's how many replays or credits or whichever one means what, I don't know, but here's the coin door. There's a relay there. There's a couple switches for the buttons. I don't know what this one here is for. I know this one right here. This big magnet is the tilt. But yeah, we need to clean the Jones plug for the door. I know we didn't do that the first time. see how that looks. It's not too bad, but we'll still clean it anyway. Clean the socket too. There's the power switch down there. But yeah, well, there's a couple switches here under the ball lift. So I think I'll start on the bottom of the playfield. I'll mess with the shutter motor, this relay, and these switches here. Let's see, these are probably pretty dirty. Yeah, they are. Oh, that one might be okay. This one right here. See, it's not oxidized. Oh, I don't like that one there. It's all burnt looking. Probably got hot, but... Shutter motor start relay. And then there's these switches right here. I'm not sure what they're for, but they all close when the shutter is open. I don't know. But yeah, I'll start on that, knock that out, and then we'll just work our way towards the front door. So I will come back once all that is cleaned up. Alrighty, cleaned the whole entire bottom playfield. I cleaned all the switches on the shutter motor. You can see some of them there. Never get a good zoom on this camera. Those are clean. Start relay's clean. All those switches are clean. You can see those ones better. I cleaned the trop switch here. Or not the trop switch, the shooting lane. And I was about ready to put it back together when I remembered that there's switches in each of these holes here that the ball sits on to, you know, to light up the numbers. So I took this sheet off, and to do that I just took these out, since these are screwed in like that, so you can't lift it the other way, it has to go one way. Then I had to unscrew this bulb socket, and then you can take this off. Oh, and you also got to disconnect it from the shutter motor too. And then I cleaned all the switches in all 25 holes. So that's the bottom of the playfield done. So I'll put it out of the way and we can start on all this here. I think I'll start with the lift motor, since it's right there and there's just a couple switches on that to clean. So let me set this back up and I'll show you what that looks like there. Alright, here's the ball lift motor. It has this cover on it that I took off. There's a couple switches there. You can see they aren't all that great either. There's a shaft oil there. Let's see. It's pretty good. If you look down in there, I don't know if you'll be able to see, but there's a little post or a little bump down in there. It's like dead center of screen, and that's where the ball sits. And there's a switch right here, and that's what activates this motor. So if there's a ball in the trough and it's time to kick out the ball, this will fire. And let me show you how it works here. So this turns around. This is really stiff. It raises this armature up here. It does it really fast, by the way. And that's how the ball gets to the playfield. So let's simulate that. So the ball's in the trough, or the lift. This rotates. Pops the ball out onto the trough. I'll get it later, but yeah, that's how it works. So what I'll do is clean the switches, oil this, and oil this whole assembly over here, and that will be it for that, because we know this works because I'm pretty sure we saw it move, or maybe it was the shutter motor, but I remember there was a ball sitting in the lane when we tried testing it, so this obviously works, but just not well right now. And then I'll clean this next, because there's a bunch of switches under here where each of the balls sit, and then I can get to under this as well. And then I can do all these here. I probably won't show that just because, you know, it's common sense, just clean the switches. But then I'll show the coin door, because we'll probably need to be taking a bit of that apart to clean everything in there. So I'll knock that out, and then I'll show you what this looks like underneath with all the switches. Okay, so I took this rail piece up so I could show you what it looks like under there. Just a few switches. Here's the number I was talking about on the counter here. On this one anyways. I already cleaned all these, I just wanted to show you what this looks like under here. The ball lift motor is clean as well. It's actually really snappy now. There we go. It's so much easier to move now. And I oiled all the places where it pivots back and forth over there. I cleaned all those switches, so this is good. So I'm gonna knock out the rest of the other switches. There's one switch down there that's a tilt. And then there's one here on the back of the shooter rod, which I don't know what that's for. I don't know if you can see, there's like a little right there. I don't know what that's for, but I'll clean that too. And then we can do the coin door. So I'll knock those out real quick. Okay, now the last thing we need to do is the coin door. I did all for the magic square switches. I did this switch here. I did the switch for this. I did clean the tilt switch over there. Now we just have the switches on the door left. Here's the Jones plug. I showed this before, but I'm just showing it again to recap my memory. It's pretty dirty there, but that should clean up good. The others did. And I know you can't see, but this is the yellow button. All the switches are connecting, but they're just all dirty. Here's the red button. Same deal. There's a relay here. I don't think I've ever heard that pull in the whole time we've turned on the game. This is how you add a credit. There's one of those crappy switches in there. Those, I think cherry switches, what they call them. You can hear it clicking when I pull down this little bar that you can't see, but it's in there. You also take this cover off to see it. There's a tilt switch there, and then there's this switch here, which I didn't know what was for, but then I noticed this bar here, and when this closes, or the door closes, it closes the switch. And then there's one on the back door too, so I don't know what that's for, but I guess it's important, I guess. And while I was checking this out, I found a nickel that was lost in the coin mech, like around here. And this nickel is from 1969. So that kind of gives you an idea of when this was last operated. But yeah, so I'll just clean the Jones plug and the rest of the switches. I might be able to clean that. I'm not sure yet. But then we can turn it on and see if anything changes. Hopefully by then we get at least something different, because if it's gonna do the same thing, then I don't know what could be wrong, or other than there's possibly a wiring issue. But I hope not, because I don't want to have to pull up the schematics online, because I obviously don't have a physical copy. But I'm praying that once we deal with this, because you know, this is what actually starts your game, the buttons, and you know, adding your credit. So I'm hoping this will get us back to where we need to be. So yeah, and then that will just leave, if we do get something different, that will just leave us the rest of the inside of the lamp panel to work on. But I'm hoping it will finally start a game. So I'll clean this up and I'll come back once I'm finished. Okay people, I finished the coin door. I got all the switches cleaned, they're properly adjusted. I cleaned the Jones plug, it's all good. So now we're gonna turn it on, and hopefully something's different this time. I'm kind of nervous because I'm worried I'm gonna get the same result, but hoping and praying. Alright, here we go. Oh, look at that. We have feature lights now. Let me see here. Guess the timer's still all the way up. See, the red button relay still pulling, anti-cheat's still not pulled in, but let's see. I wonder. There's no credits on the machine. I guess the number went down, but I'm gonna hit the switch down here and seeing if it'll add a credit. Oh wait. Okay, I twisted it. Yeah, the step-up coil still has that messed up wire. But let's see what happens if I hit the little switch down here. We'll start a game. Holy crap. Oh my god, it started a game. Oh my gosh. That's still not moving though. Didn't kick the ball out though. Well, it started a game. Look. I guess it still has some issues. See what happens if I hit the switch again. It's trying. Oh, our payout stepped up. That's good. Try it again. Well, it's doing something. See if I hit the... Oh. Hearing clicking. Wish it kicked the ball out though. I didn't hear the ball lift motor start. I don't know about y'all, if y'all did or not. Well, yeah, this switch isn't doing anything. Well, I'm feeling a lot better now that it's actually starting a game, finally. But we obviously still have plenty of issues. But yeah, I wonder if does this spin? Uh-oh. We still got problems. I'm pulling the lever. This should be spinning right now. It's not. Yeah, look at the clutch sticks keep spinning. But yeah, oh look, the anti-cheat relay's in. That's good. Well, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Yeah, I think without that spotting wiper running, if that does do what this is supposed to do, we won't get our proper randomization. At least I don't think so anyways. Hold on, let me hit the let me pull this in. I don't know, but oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I wanted to be sure that these do control the lights. Okay, hit it one more time. Well, that's good, at the very least. So yeah, we're up and running. So now we just need to troubleshoot our issues. Got our randomization working. Yeah, this still got problems, but I guess I still have some switches to readjust. We obviously have problems with our ball lift, and yeah. Hold on, I'm actually curious if the magic squares work. Gotta put this back on. A doesn't work. Neither does B. Neither does C. Well, we saw them move. Oh, still tripping. Yeah, it's definitely got issues still. Pretty sure this should be moving right now. Oh, okay, it works. I don't know why the buttons don't control it. Yeah, D is not lit, so we can't test it. Or actually, we can step up the stepper. Up. Oh, okay. What is that? Oh. It's the search relays. Okay, so I guess that's what makes all the clicking sounds when you shoot the ball. Step it up again. I might say 18, but it's the bulb is out. Okay, now nothing's lit. Well, that's the final position. Oh, heck. Yeah, I guess we still have plenty of issues then. Well, so I think what I'll do is I guess we'll start messing with everything on the rest of the back lights, and we'll see if we can get some of this stuff to work better. So we still have these 3 units to do in the Magic Squares unit, and we still gotta mess with this too. But yeah, so I'll probably do a replay counter because that seems kind of important to me, or sounds important anyways. So I'll start all this off and we'll mess with it. Alright, well, moving right along. I guess we'll start on the back door since I still can't get the glass out. But I've taken the replay counter loose from the door, or the board. It's got one switch. No, it's got 2 switches. Can't see because it's hard to pull this out, but this has a different kind of board on it. You know, it's not like, you know, these or anything. But looks like it's simple. It's only got one little wiper arm, so we just gotta clean all this off and clean the gear, and I'll pivot all the actuating parts. It does step up, but it's kind of slow to reset. But I'll take this apart and clean it, and I'll show you how that looks. Did I break something? No. I'll mess with that and I'll come back when it's all clean. Okay, this one's all clean. It's but it steps up pretty good. So I'll mount this one back, and then we'll start with these ones here. And then that will be all the stepper units in the game. Pretty crazy. Alright, I was able to get the panel down. Here's the glass. I just picked the lock and kept turning, because this is one of those locks where you have to keep turning it until it came loose. So I was able to get that side out. Wedge the glass free and pull it out. Let me tell you, that glass is actually a lot more heavy than I thought, but it's not as heavy as this whole panel right here. But here's a better look at that unit that I was struggling to put back together, which made me want to just try and take this piece off instead, which I did. So now I can fold this down and actually work on all the mechanisms, and of course the loose wiring. And while peeking at it a bit more, I noticed there's another wire here for this bulb, or actually, yes, technically these bulbs. Isn't, I don't know. Well, yeah, these bulbs, because they share the same wire. So that one's torn, and then there's another one over here somewhere that's torn. This one right here. So that'll have to be fixed, but yeah, now I can fix all those. So I'll mount this back, and then we'll work on this unit here. Alrighty, got the replay counter unit back together on the this panel here. See, it steps up nicely. This is one of those cams that has a lot of teeth on it, and you see this post here. This will spin all the way around and open that switch when you've reached the max number of credits you can get. So you could spend all day just stepping this up before it reaches the end. So it's one of those things where you have to make sure you don't turn this around too many times. Otherwise, once it gets up to here, you know, you're putting tension on that spring, so it's not going to be able to step up and open the switch. Not that you'd get that far playing a normal game, obviously, but yeah, because I did that mistake, and by the time I got to the last position, it couldn't open the switch because there was so much tension on the spring it couldn't turn it. But that's all taken care of. And now we're taking apart the extra ball unit. This one steps up okay, but slow to reset, so same deal. Just take it all apart, clean it. Is it stuck now? Here's how it looks. It's not too bad. pretty good for being original. Just minor oxidation or whatever, dirty just all there on that middle leg or wiper or whatever. So I'll take that apart, clean it, and it should be good. This one doesn't have a switch, neither does this one. It's just this one here. So I'll knock this out real quick and come back. We'll do the same thing here, and then we can move on to the very last mechanical pieces in this whole game. I wanted to show you the cam on this one. Look at that. They did this one wrong, folks. I think that's rust there. That thing was stuck in there. All the other ones popped right out. Hopefully that's not an issue for us later on, or for me, when I put this back together. The spider popped right off though. Here's the condition of this one. Very typical, that's how they always looked. There's the spring there. I'll just clean this up as best I can, and hopefully it'll just slide right back in there without trouble. So I'll do that real quick. Alright, I got this one back together. The gear slid right back in there, thankfully. So now when we step it up, it steps all the way up, goes right back. That's how you want it. Alright, so the last stepper unit that we're going to be working on is the, I don't know, score multiplier. I really don't know, the label's gone. It's only got a single row of rivets, so that's pretty good. It has with the type of spider that has all the wires on it, and this big springy thing that insulates them. So show you this one. This one's not resetting too well either. It doesn't have a lot of steps, even though it has a full set of teeth. It only goes up 4 positions, I think. Let's see. 1, 2, either 3 or 4, I'm not sure. Yeah, let's see. Did it skip one? Okay. 1, 2. Okay, only 2 positions, I guess. But the same thing. Take it all apart and clean it. And then that will be it for all the stepper units. So after this, we'll have gone through all the coils, at least, all the lone coils, not counting all of these ones here in the Magic Squares unit. And we've done all the relays, all the, or actually no, I was about to say all the motor control devices, but we haven't messed with this yet. But, you know, all the steppers are done. All the coils are done, basically. Yes, yeah, so we're getting down to the end of the wire. After this, it'll just be this and that left. So, we'll get right to it. Alright, put that back together. That was no big issue. See, it only steps up a couple times and resets. I did notice that this one is missing the pin that goes around the spring to keep it from popping off. So, we'll have to watch that. But after I did that, I went ahead and took apart the Magic Squares unit, and just to see what I was up against, and it's not too bad. There's just quite a bit you gotta take apart, and all the gears and clutch rings, springs, and these rods here will need to be cleaned. They go around the the bearings here. I took this one apart to show you. They go down there, they're like on the big units there. And then there's these contacts here that will need to be cleaned. And that'll be that just slides down here on the shaft. And there's this little board here that's got some wires on it. And these are all pretty dirty. You'll have to clean. These will need to be cleaned too. That's no big deal. It's basically cleaning the the stepper units, just without the excuse me, I'm tired. Just without the spider on it and whatnot. I gotta do that 4 times, which is, again, it's not a big deal. Here's the motor. It actually just kind of sits in there. Here's the company if you need a new one on yours or whatever. But this shaft is usually just pops out, but you can see it's kind of stuck in there. So that'll need to be oiled. The shaft will need to be oiled and whatnot. I don't know if I showed it before. It's been a while since I filmed or worked on this, but this does work, but it's very slow and stiff. So we'll need to clean all that. I kind of don't like how some of these relays look. And I know the B corner does not work. I don't know about D, but A and C do work. I was able to start a game and get the magic squares moving by pressing the buttons, and A worked, B didn't, C did, and I didn't have D lit up. But it probably did work, but probably didn't, I don't know. But this shaft just spins, and this is what turns the numbers and whatnot. I can't show you because this is really heavy to lift, and I got all kinds of stuff on here. But there's also this switch here that will need to be cleaned. This opens when the coil pulls in. It probably turns on the motor, I'm not sure, but you can see it's all tarnished and whatnot. It'll focus on it. There you go, you can see it clear as day. I need to clean those, and then I need to clean all the old grease and shit off the old gear, or off the gears, because they're pretty dirty too. Not too bad though, but a bit of oil will clean those up nicely, I would say. And then there's this big plate too that I gotta clean. All 4 of the shafts go through there. You see they got a bunch of grime and shit all over them. So yeah, not too bad to take apart, but a lot to clean. So I will get started because this is going to be a long process, I bet. Taking all this crap out. And when I do this, I'm not going to take all these apart at once. I'm just going to do one at a time, like this one. I go clean whatever I need to clean on this corner, put it back, then go in a circle, and then we'll just put everything back how it is, and the Magic Squares unit will be officially serviced. So let me knock this out, and then we'll move on. Alright, I've been working through it a bit. I'm in the process of finishing up this corner. I already finished that one. Here's the disc here. Those are all dirty and horribly oxidized and whatnot. Now here's the D corner. It gives you an idea how this one looks. Now you might be thinking, how in the hell did you manage to get a tiny crevice like that so clean? Well, I happen to have a weird little file kit that my dad gave me, and this was the file that was in the package, or one of them. And it's designed in a way that it has a tiny fine tip at the end, and I figured it would reach in the little crevices, and I've just been going back and forth on these discs, and it cleans them up. So that's how I've been cleaning, like the crevices on here and whatnot. Although I think I might need to redo a couple of these. But yeah, that's how I've been getting these so clean, because you gotta have these clean if you want it to work properly. 'Cause otherwise you won't be able to tell that you scored or whatever, or if the corner is turned 1/4 or whatnot, even though it's turned. But yeah, just showing the progress on that. So I'll finish this up, clean up all the switches. You see this one here. Oh, went too close. See how dirty they get. You see that? How does that happen? It's hard to grab these with these gloves on. But I'll deal with that. Clean all of them up. Clean this up. And then put some grease on all the gears and springs and whatnot. Or maybe not the springs, just the gears mainly. I still gotta clean some of these up. And then that'll be it for the Magic Squares unit. And then we can focus on the replay unit, and then we'll be done with the electromechanics, that is. So I'll knock that out and I'll let you know how it turned out. Okay, the Magic Squares unit is all back together now. Cleaned everything that I need to clean on it, all 4 switches, all 4 contact cams, all the little, arms that touch those wheels there. I greased all the gears, so it should be good to go now. This we'll have yet to see, but our last mechanical part that we need to service is the replay unit. So here's a good glimpse of it. It's pretty interesting the way this works. So under here, there's this bar right here, and you can see all the reels have a little groove there where this piece is cut off, and this bar sits in this channel like that. And when the coil steps up, look, the bar lifts and it closes or opens the switches. That's how the game knows you have a credit. Now you might be thinking, well, how does it work when it gets up to 10 or 100 or 1,000 depending on the game? Well, you see these gears here? On each reel, there is a tooth. I don't think we'll be able to see it here, but you can down there. See it there on the hundreds reel? That tooth down there. When this pulls in, until it gets to 9, right? Now watch that gear. Look, it moves, and it turns the next reel. That's pretty freaking cool if you ask me. So what I need to do to this is solder this wire first thing, and apparently after taking this apart I didn't realize that it was supposed to go here because I had it touching here the whole time, like that. So apparently I was sending power to ground, so I messed that up, but hopefully didn't mess it up too much. But there's a few things we'll need to oil, even though, as you saw, it's already working pretty good. Everything seems to be pivoting as it should. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It works in reverse too. You know, once it finally gets all the way back to 1. That bar drops and it opens or closes the switches. Pretty cool. So I'll clean this up, take care of this wire problem, maybe oil a couple pivot areas where it moves back and forth a lot. You could also take this all apart if you wanted to, but I'm not going to do that. Just going to clean and service what I gotta clean. Also, let me take care of that, and I'll let you know how that turned out. Okay, I finished the replay unit, got it all mounted back where it should be. Replaced that wire and mounted it where it should be. So that's good to go. I'll find something to cover up this later. And it actually steps up much more smoother now. And I cleaned the reels, but as you might have guessed, when I did that, all the black ink wiped it right off. So I had to color, or more like, yeah, color back in all the numbers. And it's pretty okay, but it's clean now, so there's not going to be any dust on them anymore. So that is actually it for everything. We've serviced all the electromechanical pieces in this game. And the only thing left to do on this backboard is we gotta fix all these wire problems. And luckily, like I said earlier, these are just the extra ball lights, but we still need to get those working. One of my friends that came here and looked this over actually noticed this wire over here that was torn, that I didn't even realize was torn right here. It goes to the payout lights. So to fix that, I'm still looking through just to make sure I don't see anything that doesn't look right, but I think it's just this, this here, and all these. We already took care of that over there, and I actually found one over here that I just wrapped around and soldered. it's out of harm's way. I'm not worried about it touching anything. But yeah, I'll have to some of these wires I could probably just stretch and solder to, like this one here. Oh well, maybe not, but I might just have to put new wires on all of these and solder them where they need to go. Luckily there's a bit of each wire left on the light sockets, so I'll know which one goes where. So I'm going to take care of that, get that out of the way, and then we can finally set this up and see if anything has changed whatsoever. That's much better. Put all new wires on. The wires that were torn or just straight up missing, I believe I got them in the right order. I did them by color, of course. Also did this one here. I managed to stretch it over and solder it to the socket here. That's good. And then this one over here. So now that that's finally out of the way, I can now tip this back up, and what I'll do then is we'll replace all the light bulbs, and then we'll turn it on and try it out. Okay, cleaned it up a little bit and replaced all the light bulbs with brand new ones. I think they're 44s or 47s. Let's see. I think they're 47s. Yes, they're 47s. I had to take the plates off to change the bulbs back there, but I have no idea if they're on the right way. When I took them off, I put them down, but some of them wouldn't fit properly, so I just put them on random. But it's no big deal if they aren't. I'll just take them off and put it back in the right spot. The 63 bulbs are original because mine didn't arrive yet, so I had to use the original ones. I just cleaned up the glass a little and hopefully it works. And I actually ran out of bulbs because I bought a case of 100 and there were actually more than that on this entire light baffle. I actually had to reuse a lot of the original ones too. Here's all the old ones. Like some of these I took. Again, I just cleaned the glass and popped them in there. I did check if make sure that the filament wasn't broken or whatever, but I'll have to see. But yeah, there's a bunch of crap on the playfield now. Slide the glass back in and turn it on and see how it looks. Okay, I got the glass back in for now. So let's turn it on and see how it looks. Looks about the same. Well, that's good. We know our bulbs work. I don't know if every one of them works, but I'd love to troubleshoot that. But you may have noticed that I have a lone pinball here sitting in just a random hole. This is actually a brand new one. I got a brand new set of balls that I'm going to replace the old ones with, since they're kind of beat up. But I couldn't find the 8th ball, so that's going to be our 8th ball for now. I might end up reusing one of the old ones as the 8th ball anyway, since I only have 5. But you know what? We serviced all those units back there, so let's try and start a game and see if they work correctly now, and if anything's changed, like if the ball is gonna pop out of the lift there, or the magic square is gonna work, etc., etc. I noticed this. What is that? Is that a GI bulb? Oh, it's tilt. Oh, I didn't even realize it was so flaked up over there. I didn't even notice. Alright, well, I knew our tilt bulb now works. So, let's start a game and see what happens. Okay, well, some of our bulbs worked, but I guess that didn't fix anything. But the shutter opened though. I saw the magic squares move back to home, and they were moving a lot faster than before. I don't know if y'all noticed that because it's kind of dark, but yeah, I know if we step up the timer unit, it'll step up the ball. Shutter closed. No, I still didn't kick the ball out. But. Okay, we know our balls behind there are working now. Those are pretty bright, to be honest. Alright, well, well, I guess nothing's changed, so I don't even know what to do now. See our magic squares unit work. Yeah, that runs a lot better. Well, I guess the next thing we'll do is we'll try and see if we still have contacts dirty or not, because I don't have the schematics to try and track down this issue, and I really want to do that. So we'll just start messing with some stuff back here again. Maybe I didn't get this clean all the way, and it's not making good contact, so we'll take it apart and see what happens. Oh yeah, we also need to mess with this too, because it ain't right either. It did work that one time when we started the game, but we still gotta mess with it. So I'll mess with this for a bit, and then I'll come back if I get anywhere closer. I'm kind of pissed off right now. So let me tell you about something. So you know how when the numbers lit up, they were really bright. They were more bright than the GI. Well, apparently, the bulbs that are on the card are a completely different kind. They have this weird ass kind. I know it looks just like a regular globe bulb, but it's got this weird number, 1450. I've never heard of that before. I've only heard of 55, 63s, 44, 47, you know, those bulbs. I never heard of this kind before. And apparently, after looking further online, these are 24 volt bulbs. These bulbs are rated for 6 or 7 volts. So this whole time, I've put the wrong bulbs on the in the sockets for the card. And like pretty much over half of them are now blown out. So I had to take them all out. See, this was a new one. Look, it's slap blown. I had to take them all out and put the old bulbs back in. And keep in mind, these were a pain in the ass to get out, because you know they're a globe. So luckily there are still some available, so it's not all that big of a deal, but it's annoying because now I have to wait even longer to get those bulbs. And I already broke one of them, so one of them's going to be missing, but I guess it's better than all of them being broken. So whatever number this is, I don't know, 17, is not going to light up if the ball lands in the hole. But I know a majority of these work, so whatever. And they've been taken out and put it back in, so they probably all work now. I don't know. But good news is, well, I'd rather show it to you than tell you. So let me slide the glass back in and I'll show you what the good news is. So the good news is, after the disappointing discovery that fixing the rest of the units did not fix our ball lift problem, I decided to check it out again. And there's two sets of switches on the cam, and one of them was stuck closed the whole time. So even after riding on that bump on the cam, it still stayed closed. So apparently I never noticed that before when I first cleaned it, but I fixed that, so now it is open right now, the way it should be. When it rides on that bump, it closes. So now, when I start the game, watch what happens. It now kicks the ball out. So now we can play a game. Still haven't messed with the shooter rod. There's still problems. It doesn't know that this switch under here closes sometimes. Bulb is out. There's another ball. If I get 18, I'll get 3 in a row. Well, I can get the ball onto the field. Oh. I already adjusted that switch under there like 2 times already. I don't know why it doesn't want to do what it's supposed to do. This has to be just right, I guess. I pretty much lit that whole corner. Why did you just give me the credit? weird. Yeah, it's playing the game, but there's still many things wrong with it. But it's a good start at the very least. I gotta mess with that switch into there though some more. Weird, I've never seen that run before. But yeah, I mean, we're getting somewhere at the very least. So I think what I'll do is I'll just keep messing with some stuff again, because I noticed on some of the relays that I cleaned before when looking back there, they're dirty again, the switches. So I gotta go through them again and clean them. I gotta mess with that, switching under there. Give me another credit. Did I even score? Oh yeah, wait, no. See, 4. I'm in 24, not 25. I'm not even in 1. Yeah, there's still a lot of things wrong with it. Why is it counting up? But I didn't even score, did I? 19. And 20. Oh yeah, I did. But it gave me way more than 4 credits. Yeah, the scoring problem is going to be the biggest issue, and I knew that was going to be a problem. But so I'll just go through and start cleaning some stuff again, and if I notice anything different, I will show it to you. Oops. I messed up that switch when putting it back. That's our problem right there. Is my screw up. So it looks like I gotta take that switch stack off and fix that little mess that I made. That's more like it. Now it can open and close as it should. Man, I can't believe I screwed that up. Well, that didn't fix jack shit. So I'm just going to move on to the next problem that I know is a problem. You see here on the control unit, that cam right there keeps slipping. And I know for damn sure it's not supposed to be doing that. And I think what the problem is that this lever right here, it keeps getting caught. If I move it out of the way, see, look, it spins just fine. But if this is in the way, then it gets caught. I think the problem is it's rubbing on this corner right here, along here, and it's getting stuck. So I think what I'm going to try to do first is I'll just put oil on it, see if it'll just slip right past it so it doesn't get stuck. And if not, I'll probably just take this whole piece off because I can remove it. I don't even know why this one right here is here. There's not even any switches or anything. This one has a bit to see it's closing the switch, but this one doesn't. But I don't know. I'll try oiling it. Well, the oil didn't work, so I just bent the thing out of the way, and now it's not getting caught anymore. I don't know. But I guess we'll keep working on it, see if I can fix that scoring issue. And I'll let you know if I did and what the problem was. Alright, well, fixing that problem with that cam on the control unit seems to have fixed our problem with the inconsistent ball lift problems. It's been working every time, and I've played a few games. The balls come out each time now, and the timer unit even seems to be stepping up properly now. At the right time anyway, so that's good. But you may have noticed I don't have a base payout, but we started a game. And that's because I was just messing with things back here, just seeing what controls what just by moving random levers and closing random switches and whatnot. And I was messing with the score unit here, and I was stepping it up because we did start with a. Well, actually, no, we didn't start with the payout. Whatever steps it up didn't step it up at the start of the game, and I was just stepping it up because since I don't have the glass on here, I can just mess with the bulbs, just make sure they all work. And I've been having to mess with a couple of them, and I'm actually right here, but the lights aren't on. But if I touch the wiper on I tap the wiper on the spider. Look, we got our lights. This wiper right here. So it looks like I need to go through this again and make sure they're all making good contact. I wonder if I had the problem with the score multiplier. Or one of these units, the legs on the spider were kind of weird, like they weren't touching the rivets properly. I wonder if maybe that's a problem. Hopefully it's the score unit, because that'll really help, but I don't know, it may have been the extra ball unit. But I'm going to mess with that. I'm actually going to mess with all the spiders again. Not except for the timer unit, because that seems to be working properly, but mainly just these three, just because these two work fine, but just because, you know, I don't want to have that problem later down the road. And maybe the magic squares unit too. But yeah, I'll do that real quick. Uh-oh. More torn wires. It's a damn good thing I moved this loom out of the way to get the control unit out of the way. But gee, I hope that actually fixes something. But as I was looking, I noticed the wires over here are all messed up. They're connected, but they're still messed up. And over here on the Jones plug, this one at least, look at this. Look. How did I not notice this? I literally had these out to clean it when I first put this together. I don't know. So, yay, more soldering. So let me take care of that. Okay. I got the broken wires soldered back together. I think it was just these three. I couldn't find any more. I did find a couple that were kind of frayed, but I just left them, this being one of them. If it's connected, it's fine. And I can't short to anything because, you know, it's just wood. The Jones plug, however, I had no idea which wires went where because they're the same color, except one red wire has a green stripe. And you can see the corresponding wires on the other side aren't the same. So I just went ahead and guessed. So if something catches on fire, then we'll know those are in the wrong spot. These are the plugs for the playfield. So I'm not sure what would have not worked with these two wires. It looked like everything was working, but I don't know. You could see here on some of these ones over here, like this one here. See this one? Looks like it has a white and green wire on this top pin here, but the pin on the plug is a, I don't know, like yellow and blue. I don't know, it's kind of discolored, but it's not this, unless it is, and again it's just colored. But I don't know, there are some that I did notice that are not the same, but I know these are correct. So I'll put the control unit back on this frame, and then we'll see if anything has changed whatsoever, hopefully. Okay, well, it's plugged in, so we'll set this back up. We'll try turning it on. See any fire? I thought this was pretty cool. There's a 63 bulb hidden in there, and when you open the door, it turns on. When you close it, it turns off. I thought that was pretty cool. Well, I think we might be okay. Might have guessed it right. I don't see anything on fire. So we fixed those wires. Let's see if that did anything. So let's start a game. Okay. The base payout. Let's see if we can. Okay. I was hoping we'd fix that. I guess that'll still have to wait on that issue, but magic squares. I don't want to shoot the ball into the playfield anymore because it's pretty dirty and we've already done enough of that. So we'll just have to manually play. Let's try scoring. So we'll just pop it in random. We'll stop at that top corner. Go with 9. Okay. And then 4. And we'll land in 25. It's down here. Oh, whoops. Put in 23. There we go. Oh, my buttons for magic squares don't work. I think I might have broke that. Oh yeah, on this game, it doesn't score until after you shoot the 4th ball, so... See if you'll score. We should get... Who knows, we should get, is it 6 credits? Just land in a random hole. I don't know if it knows that there's 3 in mine here. We got 1 credit. And up. Timer unit's stepping up already. Oh snap. Looks like it scored. I like that. And they gave us the right amount too. We had 1 for some reason, and then they gave us 6 more, so that's good. It means it's scoring properly. You know, we had a 6. I know the glass isn't on it right at the moment, but yeah. Well, it looks like those wires fixed that. That's what sets up the timer unit. Looks like we reached the end. So I'm pretty happy about that. Been wanting to fix that for a long time since it happened, because what happened before was, well, you may remember, because you know this video is going to be all one video, unlike me where I'm videoing separate clips each day. But it would try to score, but it would keep scoring forever. One time I did it off camera, and it kept going and going. It eventually got up to like 600 something. That's why I just had to shut it off because it clearly wasn't working. And what happened before was, whenever you turn the game back on, it would start counting down the credits. Like I think 4 at a time. I think. So I don't think that's an issue anymore. But I'm pretty confident with where we're at right now, so I think it might be time to finally clean this thing up. It's been pretty rough looking this whole time. And I'd like to see this playfield shine. It's clearly got lots of issues. There's dirt and crap everywhere. That was one reason why I didn't want to roll the ball around it so much, because I've been doing that a lot. So my friend Jasmine has decided that she would like to help tackle this playfield with me, and probably the cabinet too. And so what I think I'll have her do is, I don't know if I should have her clean the playfield or clean the cabinet, because the cabinet, you know, is kind of flaking in some spots. So I don't know if the magic eraser will be too aggressive on it, and she doesn't want to mess it up either, and I don't blame her. But she would give it a try, so I think maybe we'll have her do the playfield. We'll have to take all this stuff off. Take as much of it off anyway. Looks like these springs come off too. I'll have to see what comes off and what doesn't. Technically you could remove everything, but you know, things like this, like these rebound spring thingies, I don't know if those would come out easily. I know these little These random posts here, they do pull out because I pulled one out right there because the ball kept getting stuck on it. So I'll have her come over and we'll set up the tripod and we'll do a time-lapse video. So let's get to it. Alright folks, here's how the playfield turned out. I think it looks great. It's not 100% obviously, but it's a hell of a lot better than what it used to look like, if you remember. Still got a thing there where the wood is kind of messed up from the ball trail, but maybe we could fix that with the stainer. I couldn't find lamp covers for this machine, so we're just going to be stuck with the broken one and the missing one. But all the rest of them are there. So I cleaned the pegs, cleaned the lamp covers, put all new rubber rings on it, including a new rebound rubber. And now it looks real good. Cleaned the springs up a little bit too, as best I could. Down here, you remember it was all warped, and you can kind of tell by the sheen there that it still is, but it's a lot more flush now. Remember these holes? It used to be really bad. Oh, that one's kind of coming up a bit there, but I'll have to fix that later. But they're all flush against the wood, so there shouldn't be any problems with the ball getting stuck in this area anymore, hopefully. But I guess we'll have to play it to see. I'm waiting to get instruction cards, and before I put them on, I gotta see if I can clean this up a bit more. If not, then oh well, but gotta try. I put a new shooter tip rod on it. Shooter tip, I meant. I haven't cleaned the shooter rod yet, and we still have not cleaned the cabinet. It's still gross and disgusting, but we're waiting on that so we can until we can find something to clean the wood better with. Not that the Windex didn't work, but we haven't tried it yet. But that's out of the way, and that was the biggest thing that I wanted to get done. So now I can safely roll the ball all around this thing without having to worry about it screwing up the paint. And I still need to, I've been working on the foot rail. I've been kind of cleaning them off with some wood cleaner. You can see they do look a bit better. And they meaning the foot rail and the two frame rails for the head. Aside from all that, there isn't much left to do with this machine. Still gotta clear coat the back glass and then test the machine for functionality, like make sure all the scoring work. I never checked to see if the all the features work. So I'll have to do that at some point before we finish up. But it's getting there. So I think the next thing I'll do that's easy is we'll help it clear the back glass. So let me find something to set the glass down on, and then I'll give you a look at what it looks like on the back there. Alright, here's the back that's laid down on this little table here. See, these older machines had a black masking instead of the traditional silver that we all know. But the later bow anchors, they were switched to a silver masking too. But these 50 ones, or wood rail games, have a black masking. You can kind of see all the rippling that's going on here. Some of it's even flaked on the other side. It's in rough shape. It's mostly the top that's flaking. Down here not so much, but it is still there. mostly around the edges. So, in order to prevent this from getting worse, I'm going to spray this stuff on it, like the other flipper game repairs do, and then put a piece of saran wrap over it. And then this flat box here has a framed mirror in it that we never used, that came with a vanity that we installed some time ago. And it's pretty much the perfect length of this glass and the perfect weight too, so I'm going to set it on there to help push down all the flaking areas. Unfortunately, these spots right here that have the color are gonna have to stay like that, because if I try to flip them over or remove them, it's just gonna make it worse. And I do not have paint to put there, and I'm not gonna paint it. I'm just gonna leave it as is. If this glass was worse or broken, I would have just went ahead and bought a reproduction. There is a reproduction for this game available, coincidentally, but I don't feel like spending that much money on it, so we're just gonna save this one. So I'll spray some of this on there, put a piece of saran wrap over it, and then lay the mirror over it to help it dry. Okay, it's been a while since I last made a video clip of this thing. So here's where we're at now. It's pretty much done at this point. The only thing it doesn't have is the playfield glass, but I'll fill you in on what's been going on the last few weeks. At least when I'm making these video clips, that is. So the last thing I did was I clear coated the back glass, which I did, and it survived. I don't think it got any worse to that it did. But it is what it is. It's still pretty bad, but at least it's not broken. And I cleaned up the cabinet a bit, or I guess not a bit, I went all the way on it. It looks pretty good. It's not perfect, of course, but it is what it is. Me and Jasmine are gonna see if we can get some of these areas, mainly down here, a little bit better. I had to go all out on this thing because there's a bit of wear right there, but either that or I wouldn't clean up very good. So we're gonna tackle that at some point. Here's the front of the cabinet. That turned out the best. That's what I started with because it looked the worst. There's still some wood missing from the coin door. This area right here was how I got it, so nothing I can do about that. I painted this back in because it was all rusty and whatnot. I got a little bit of paint on the button though, so I'll have to take the button out and clean it a little bit. I cleaned the shooter rod. That looks much better than what it did before. I cleaned the foot rail. At least all the metal parts. I already cleaned the wood earlier. You're looking pretty good. The only little minor thing is the paint. Obviously it's a little bit flaking, and the buttons themselves are all worn from being pressed so much. But there's nothing I can do about that, at least to my ability. So we're just going to leave those as is. It doesn't bother me. I got some new instruction cards, because what these are is just the instructions printed on printer paper and then put packing tape over them to make them look laminated almost. But they look pretty good. Better than the originals, which are down in here. But I have played this a lot, so the playfield probably doesn't look as good as it once did. when we cleaned it up, but it's still shiny and smooth, so it doesn't bother me. Oh, and I was also able to get a couple lamp covers for this one and this one. They're a little bit yellowed because the original ones are still nice and white, but that doesn't bother me. Looks a hell of a lot better than them not being there. So there's that. This area up here, unfortunately, I think this is like actual damage to the wood from like the ball trail and whatnot. So I don't think there's nothing I'm going to be able to do about that, unfortunately. But that's okay. It's the ball trail anyway. It doesn't matter, and it's up there. You're not going to be looking up there. You're going to be looking down here. So this area down here, I don't think I mentioned it, but you probably saw when me and Jasmine were cleaning this, it started warping heavily and separating from the actual wood. And what I did was I just put some super glue around the edges of the holes here and down here when it was all splitting, and just to keep it as flush as possible, and that seemed to look or work out pretty okay in my book. It's not perfect, and you can tell it is warped from the reflection, but bottom line is the ball doesn't get stuck there anymore. I also had stained the legs and trim. As you can see, the legs turned out a little bit darker than what they originally looked like, but I think they look pretty good in my book. And the rails, those also turned out pretty good too. The foot rail was probably the worst. It didn't come out as good. It's not as shiny and smooth as the rails and the legs are. The trim is pretty good too. This part is only brighter because of this lamp that's right under it. So that's pretty much it for cosmetics thus far. Pretty much all I need is just a new playfield glass, which I'm still waiting on at this point. But as for mechanical issues, there actually was or were a lot that I had to fix here and there. I think I'm trying to remember from the last time I made a video clip. I think we had some problems with the oh yeah, we had a problem with the feature step up. So what would happen is, well, you'll know because it'll been only a few minutes or so, but for me it's been quite some time. So I kind of gotta remember what was going on. Give me a moment. So one of the biggest problems that we were having was the features. When they stepped up, they would step up at inconsistent times. Like, let's say the magic squares, when this would do its thing, randomization lights flash, and it would land on the magic squares. It would go click, 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 when it's supposed to be click, 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 you know? So that wasn't right. And the reason for that was there's a couple switches here on the mixer. The inside ones were not adjusted properly, and they were also pretty dirty. Oh no, actually, yeah, this one was dirty, this one was clean. So I adjusted those, and that problem is now fixed. a problem that popped up later that didn't happen right away, that was a big deal, was the score unit here had actually completely stopped working. So when you start the game, it's supposed to step up here, and then you deposit coin or spend replays to advance them up and increase your payout. So what was happening was it would step up to the base payout here, but it wouldn't step up to any of these. And eventually it got to a point where it wouldn't even step up to this at all. And I don't have the light here, so you'll just have to bear with me. I was messing with this thing for probably weeks, trying to figure it out. I traced back. You could probably see I took apart the whole wire loom because I was tracing wires, because the schematics weren't really helping me out as far as like how to tell like what the wire colors were. So I eventually just followed them down here, and at first I started here on the control unit. There's a couple switches here. They didn't really look misadjusted or dirty, but it apparently turns out that this area was not where the problem was. I eventually tracked it down, and the problem was over here on the extra ball trip relay of all things. This wire here has power running through it to one of these rivets here, which goes through the spider unit, or spider on the score unit, through a wire, then back through here to the control unit. And when this spins around, one of these switches close, and then this steps up to the base payout. But that wasn't working because there was a switch on it, the trip relay, that was both misadjusted and messed up. Like the switch was pitting, so it wouldn't connect properly. So I filed it down where it's nice and smooth, and that fixed it. And I actually had to fix that same problem probably 2 other times. The switch kept misadjusting itself somehow. But right now it is working, and it's been working, so I'm going to consider that fixed. What else was there? I remember, oh yeah, the scoring. So when I scored the 3 in a row up here, after shooting the 4th ball, it wouldn't score right away. Like, it gave me 1 replay or credit, and then it gave me the 6 credits. And the reason for that was because the search relays over here I hadn't cleaned or adjusted properly. So I went through all of them again, cleaned them better, and adjusted them, so now they're all adjusted properly, and that has fixed our scoring problem. It scores every way now. And there was a problem with the spotting disc, not necessarily the disc, but these little arms here. When the lights would flash, only some of them would flash, not all of them. You may have noticed that, or may not have noticed that, but I definitely did, comparing this machine to the one other video there is of it on YouTube at the moment. And so the reason for that was, I guess these were not connecting very good, because I actually gone through this whole thing probably 3 times now. First time to clean it, and then 2 other times because of that problem with the lights. And I cleaned those switches too, because these switches actually what turns on the lights. And I had traced all these wires here that go to these little fingers down to the extra ball relay again. But there wasn't really anything wrong there. But I had actually gone through this thing multiple times now because I guess I didn't clean this good enough, and this was one of the first things that I did, other than all this down here. But I'd actually gone through all the step-up units again, except for the timer unit and reflex. I guess not really. Well, yeah, the reflex is technically a stepper unit, but nothing back here. And there was a problem on the yellow lines unit where, so on the red lines, what would happen is, if you got the right randomization, this would step all the way up to max, and but it would only do that on the red. It never did it on the yellow. And the reason for that was because one of these switches over here was just barely misadjusted, so that wasn't working properly. But after fixing that, that fixed that. And so, which brings us to now, and now I believe that everything is working on this. But I'm not going to play a game right now, because what happens if I turn this on? This is going to step down, and it's going to take forever for all this to step back down to 0. Because I was actually recording a long play of playing this, because I had gotten a big win on the max payout through the red, and which was lit by triple. So I didn't want a big payout, and then I kept winning, so now I ended up with this. But I don't believe there are any more electrical problems. There could, something could pop up now that I say that. But right now it's all working. So I think now I'm just gonna wait for the glass to come in. I've been waiting for a while, by the way. That's why I've been able to do all this stuff within that time period. So I guess we'll just wait till the glass comes, and then we can play it, because it's basically done at this point. So I will see you once the glass comes in. I'll let you know how it looks. But you know what? I actually forgot to mention, I actually do have a piece of glass right here that I got from Marco Pinball. And this glass fits, but the problem is it's an inch too long. Because like the glass stops at right here, and I can't put this on there because of that problem. So I had to order a new piece of glass, because this is tempered glass, and you can't cut tempered glass because of its toughness and the way it's made. So if I tried to cut that, it would just shatter into a bajillion pieces, and I don't want to have to clean that up. But I can't return the glass because at the bottom here I'd already scored it where I wanted to cut it, so I don't think they would accept it. So now I have a piece of glass that I don't know what to do with. But you know, that's my mistake, I guess. So I'm just waiting on the new glass that's the proper size, and then I gotta look for some wing nuts to hold this down once that's in. But anyways, like I said, I'll pick back up once I got the glass in, and then we can play it. So I'll see you then. Oh yeah, and I remembered. I missed something. So one more thing that wouldn't work was the extra balls. They weren't right either. And because what would happen is, at the end of the game, technically, I would keep pressing the buttons, try to get the extra balls, and whatever I did, they would not give them to me. And the reason for that was because there was yet another switch on the same relay, the extra ball relay, that was misadjusted and out of place. So I fixed that, and now it gives me the extra balls and they work. And there was also, because you remember these lights down here were all screwed up, like all the wires were all chewed up, and I had actually soldered these wires on backwards, so when it lit one extra ball it would like first, extra, second. So but it would still give me the extra ball. I just had the wires soldered on there wrong, so I fixed that, and now that's the way it should be. So you'll probably see that when we play it. So yeah, just one crucial detail forgot to speak of. Alright, so I got the glass finally. I had it custom cut since the size isn't available anywhere. I also mounted this back too. And it looks pretty good. And it plays so much better with the glass on. You just can't play a pinball with the glass off. It just does not sound good. So, the machine is technically all finished now, other than the paint job here on the cabinet that could probably be touched up, but in my opinion I've worked too long on this, so I think and you gotta stop somewhere, so I think this is where I'm gonna stop at. But there are a couple things that I need to watch out for, because I've been playing this so long now. There's something that had popped up that I gotta keep my eye on, and that is the clutches on the control unit are slipping now. And I was wondering why I did that, because I'm pretty sure I cleaned the control unit. But then I just remembered that I never took the control unit fully apart. I just took the search index apart, and that was about it. So I'll need to watch that, because what happens is, you know, when it's doing its cycling and stuff, it just sits like that for about like a few seconds more than it should. It's not a big deal. It doesn't get stuck there indefinitely, but you know, it just slips and it gets stuck. So I'll need to keep my eye on that. I think it's fine right now though, but I don't know, I guess we'll see it. If it happens when we play it, you'll see what I mean. But I was playing earlier and I got a big win. I got 3 in a row here in the red with triple it. So I have 108 credits. So what we'll do is I'll set it on the tripod and we'll play it. Hopefully it looks okay in the camera. From the LCD it doesn't look that great, but if you know this game, you'll know exactly what lights up and whatnot. Oh, and also there's a GI bulb that I took out right there, because since this part of the glass is gone, when it's lit it just doesn't look great, so I removed it. And I don't know if there's anything else that I did in between the time waiting for the glass and now. Probably just a little bit of tinkering here and there in the back box, just so that everything remains working, because I'm going to sell this machine when I'm finished with it, and I want it to be working reliably where the new owner can enjoy it for as long as they have it. But I've been playing it a lot. I don't remember, because it's been quite some time, how many well, you can't see, but oh, actually I can turn this on. Well, that still doesn't work. But on the replay unit here, I think there was like 60,000 replays, and there's now 81,018. So that's how many times I've hit the button or put a credit on it. or a replay in this instance. But that's pretty much it for updates, so I'll set on the tripod and we'll play it till we run out of credits. Okay, let's start. I'm gonna push the red button. That top left corner reset back to home. We have base payout and kick the ball out. So let's see if I can increase my odds here. Ooh, nice, got all the squares. I lit the Bally hole and my payout increased. Okay, we got a red arrow there. Got nothing that time. Ooh, nice. I lit shoot before fifth ball. That's pretty good. That gives me a chance to get a better payout. And also lit corners there, which I believe I have everything to get or increase the odds of winning corners. But corners is the only feature in this game that I have yet to win. It's really hard to win. Okay, we lit red double. I lit yellow double. Almost at red triple. Our payouts increase now. Okay, now we're at red triple. And our payouts increased more now, so I'm just gonna leave it at that and shoot the ball. We'll see what number it lands in. Almost landed in 4. Oh, didn't make it. It's the next ball. Okay, there's number 4. Okay, there's a number 1. We have 2 in a row right now. So let's hopefully land in the B corner there. Well, we got scammed. Landed in 2, which is already spotted, so there goes a ball. So I don't know if we'll win this round. There's a 13. Not a good spot. There's 18. Well, didn't win that game. Let's try again. Okay, we got the squares, A, B, and C anyway. We lit Bally hole again. You could see the score jump from here to here. That's the score extra step working, which was the feature that wasn't working for a while, and I didn't realize it. So that's how that works. It's pretty cool, but if it stepped up too far, then I wouldn't be able to get anything, because that's how this game works. That score unit steps up to a certain spot, mainly these 4 spots right here. Once it gets past the halfway mark, which is this what we have lit right here, it stops pretty much giving you anything else. As far as like if I let's say I was on the 4th arrow there on the magic squares, and I want to get the squares. Well, let's say the score unit stepped up about this position here. Well, that just made it like 10 times more harder to get. I probably wouldn't even get it, especially if that stepped up to that position, or even the last position there. You'll probably see an example of that later if we get to that point. Okay, there's yellow double. there's our spotted numbers, 2. There's red double. There's D corner, which is good. Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. There's a 12. Now I just need to land in a C and D corner. Then it'll make winning easier. There's 24. Not looking good right now. There's number 1. You know what? If I move C corner, I land in 6 all the times. And D corner. 6 and 7 I land in quite often. So that can increase my odds of landing in those numbers. I'll leave A corner where it is and shoot the 4th ball. There's 23. Didn't need that number, but if I had moved that one next to 2, I would have won, because that would have been 3 in a row, but I didn't that time. All drain, let's try again. Oh, there's a 25. Well, didn't win that one either. So let's keep playing. We're down to 74 credits too, by the way, in case you can't see the replay meter. The replay counter. Or unit, whatever, you know what I mean. Okay, got the magic squares. There's shoot before 5th ball, that's good. There's red double. Better payout. Okay, there's our spot number in D corner, which is 2 again. Okay, Bally holds lit again. Oh, just leave it at that. 59 credits now. There's number 1. Now we have 2 in a row already. That's pretty good. Yeah, there's number 3. Ooh, look at that. I landed in 10 and now we have 3 in a row. Good. And we got, so once it starts scoring, we'll score 12 credits if we land 3 in a row. Okay, there's 21. So once I shoot the 5th ball, it will start scoring. We have 59 credits right now, so we should get 61, I believe. No, I think it might 71. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, 71 credits. And it is number 6, so we won that round. We'll keep playing, start a new game. Okay. We got all the corners and the control unit was slipping there for a moment. Okay. Got the belly hole lit. Okay, increased our odds. We almost got both colors lit. Okay, now we got red lit. That's good. Okay, payout's bigger now. We got lit, shoot before fifth ball. That's good again. Okay. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that. Okay, there's number 7. Yeah, there's 21. Now we have 2 in a row already. If I land in 12, 11, 13, or 5, I could win. Because I can move that D, that whole corner there, D corner. Hopefully I land in one of those numbers. It's pretty easy to land in those numbers. Oh, there's 25. 13 and 5 I always land in because for whatever reason the playfield has a bad list to it to the left, so the leg levels are all screwed up, so the ball always tends to roll to the right side. Well, maybe you won't win, but move the A corner there so we have two in a row there. And what I'll do is, since I land in 13 all the time and we have red double lit, I'm just going to move it to that position and hope for the best. So here we go. Yes! So it looks like we did it. There's 18 replays, but red doubles it, so we got I think 36, I believe, with 86 credits now. Let's play another game. Okay, we got A, B, and C. Shoot before fifth ball again. Man, I'm getting that a lot now. I used to never really get shoot before fifth ball. Ooh, now we got yellow triple. It's pretty good. Okay, we got a bigger payout. Okay. Okay, good. Now we got, with a spotted number, we got 18 this time. And I think I'll leave it at that because I don't think I'm gonna get much more than that there with the scoring unit stepped up almost all the way. So here comes the first ball. Number 17. Didn't unlock the D corner, so we can't move it this time. Just throw a, oof. Man, that's not good. We land in 16, I'll win, but since I can't move the D corner, I can't move that 17 there. We drained the ball that time. Drained it again. Oh, there's a number 5. If I land in 7, I'll win. And 7's pretty easy to land in. And it's in the yellow line, so I'll get a triple that. And 3 in a row on this selection is 24. So I'll get a pretty good win there. There's a number 9. We can move the A corner since I drained the ball a couple times. Move it there. Now we have 9 and 18 together. Just hope I land in 7 and get that 3 in a row payout. Oh, now it falls all the way over to the left. Almost landed in 13. Oh, well, we didn't get the win that time. Let's keep playing. Try again. Okay. We got red triple. And now we got both colors maxed out. Okay, almost got the squares. Ooh. Scoring stepped up. Oh, it's almost max. I don't think I'm gonna get the magic squares at this point. Well, we lit. Or we tripped the shoot before 5th ball trip relay, but we don't have those squares lit, so that didn't matter in the end. But we have Bally hole lit. That's pretty good. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. So no magic squares this round, which that does happen a lot, by the way. That I do. There are times where I don't unlock the magic squares at all, but it is still possible to win. Just gotta hope that you can land in the correct numbers. Okay, well, if I land in 16, I win, and also get an extra ball because the Bally hole is lit. Almost landed in 7 and 13. Oh, there's 22. Well, if I land in 13, then I'll win because red triple's lit, so I'll get a really good score. So hopefully land in 13. Well, there's 6. Didn't need that. Alright, last ball. Come on, land in 13. Well, didn't get it this time. I'm not even going to try for extra balls because that's just going to be throwing credits away, and it'd be hard to get the extra balls with the score unit stepped up that far. We got yellow triple, okay. Hopefully we can actually land in yellow this time. Okay, now we got the entire squares this time. Okay, bigger payout. Come on, give me something. Okay, that's better. And we have red double it. Almost red triple. Oh, I think it's good there. So we're down to 25 credits now. So hopefully I make a big win this time. And also so that we can keep playing it. Okay, there's a number 1. It's pretty good. Drain the ball. There's a 6. So I can move the C. We have a chance to land in 24 and 19 to make 4 in a row. Well, there's our 16. Too bad we didn't get that last time. But okay, here comes the 4th ball. On route for 10 or 22 even. Well, 11 didn't need that. Goes the 5th ball. Well, didn't win that time. I don't know why winning is so hard now. Oh, gave me a freebie. I got the magic squares. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't know why. Every time I try to make a video playing this, I never win. But when I play off camera, I win all the time. I have the glass on mine, so I can't cheat at all. I don't know. It is what it is. Give me something. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. We're down to 10 credits now. There's number 1 again, which is good because now we have 2 in a row. Ooh, almost landed in 10. Ooh, there's 19. That's pretty good. Now I can have 3 in a row potentially. I'm not going to move it just yet, just to see where this ball goes. Okay, 8. Well, I could do this and hope that I land in 24. And yellow triple is lit, and that's in, those 3 numbers there in the yellow. But I'm not going to do that this time. I'm just going to hope that I win, or I land in the B lane. I don't know, probably leave it like that, since I have a chance to land in 23. So, here we go. I'll get 24 credits, so I'll have 34 credits. Oh man, I regret moving that corner now. Well, we still have 1 more ball, so we can make it, try to make it in 4, which is at the top there. But yes, I do have 34 credits now. Well hit. Well, we got 3 in a row at least, so we get to play another game. Give me another freebie. It does that often. It'll give me something right away, which I don't know if they're supposed to do that, but if not, I ain't fixing that, because why would I want to remove the chance of me getting a freebie every time I start the game? That's 1 less credit I have to expend, too, if you think about it. Okay, we got A, B, and C in 5th ball. I just need to give me a spotted number. Okay, there's a red triple. Bigger payout, okay. Okay, there's our spotted number, 18. Slip yellow. Okay, that's pretty good there. So we have the D corner. We got a pretty good payout. And we have red triple. And shoot before 5th ball, too. Okay, there's a number 7. Hopefully we'll land in 13, so that way I can move the D corner, and hope that I land in the B corner too. Okay, there's 20. if I land in 11, I have a potential to get 3 in a row in the red, and I'll get triple that. So shoot the 4th ball. I'm landing something good. There's 3. Okay. So we'll move D corner. I'll move the A. And then, well, if I land in 16, that's 4 in a row diagonally, and I'll get a 72 credits, which is a pretty fat score, but 16 is hard to land in. So, I don't know, I could move C and D corners around again, so they're, I would have to potentially land in 11, and that would give me my 3 in a row payout for red, triple, and that could give me a chance. If I miss that, that can give me a chance to land in 9 or 22 and make 3 in a row on that side, but I wouldn't get a colored bonus or anything. But so I think I'll do that and hope for the best. So here we go. I might land in 9. Oh, didn't make it. Oh, okay, there's 14. Well, then we didn't make it that time, so let's keep playing. Control unit slipped that time. We lit corners, which is useless because corners is so hard to get. I almost have what I need to potentially win corners. I need the D lane to be lit. You need A, B, and C, and in the 5th ball. Okay, we have pretty much everything. We need to try for corners. Because corners scores 5 in mine. So with this score, if I win corners there, I get 96 credits, and that's a big fat score. So we'll just leave it at that because we're already at 12 credits now. So let's see what happens. Let's try for corners this time. Okay, there's a number 1. That's good. Now we have 1 number lit. Oh, there's our 22. Ooh, that's tough actually, because now I could potentially lose the chance to win 3 in a row and keep playing. But I guess we'll see where these next 2 balls land in. Oh, there's a number 8. So I've landed in the D corner, which is either 7, 21, 3, or 17. I could potentially win corners and catch it on video. So hope for 7. Almost landed in 7. Oh, well, 13. So at this point you may be thinking, well, you could do this. Move the D corner there so 7's in the corner and hope that you win. But what I think I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna throw this win away. So I'm just gonna move the corners, the magic corners, there, so I have 3 in a row there. But if I land in 7, well, then that's that. But here we go. Wow, look at that. So I ended up being getting 4 in a row. So now we have 60 credits. So man, it's a good thing I did that, because otherwise I would have basically thrown that win away, but then again, I wouldn't have known that I would have gotten that. So now we can keep playing. Okay. Okay, we got the corners there. Okay, now we got all the corners. Okay, I think we'll leave it at that. Oh, well, it looks like my battery's dead, so let me be right back to swap the batteries on my camera. Alrighty, got a fresh battery. At least I think it's fresh. I put it on the charger anyways, but now let's shoot the first ball. Okay, there's a number 4. That's a good start, because now we can move that to next to 2 and have 2 in a row already. Okay, there's 21. Okay. There's number 1. I guess we don't need to move that corner. So I guess we'll just leave it at that and hope I land in 10. Well, got scammed again. Landed in 2, which is already spotted. Oh well. I can't tell you how many times that happens in regular gameplay. I land in a spotted number. Oh, there's 12, so didn't win that game. I got scammed. I landed in 2, but let's try again. There's red triple. Okay, there's all the magic squares, and 2 is our spotted number this time again. Almost got yellow double. Oh, there's shoot before 5th ball. I think I'll leave it at that. At 32 credits now. Here goes the 5th, or the first ball. Don't land in 2. Okay. Okay, there's 15. That's another good start. And it'll go downhill because it'll land in a number that I don't need. Oh, there's 4. Now I can make 3 in a row. But we'll see where these next 2 balls go. Okay, there's 12. What I like to do is I usually move the squares before they're locked, so that way, not that it wouldn't matter if I move them already when I first landed in them, but you know, that's just what I like to do. So there, now there's 3 in a row. So once we shoot this ball, the 5th ball, well, I can move this too, actually. There. At 32 credits now, and I'll get 12, so I will have 44 credits. Yes, I did get 44 credits. Okay, what was that game? So now we can keep playing. There's the A, B, and C corners. Oh, there's Bally hole. And 18 is our spotted number this time. There's red double. And yellow double. And the D corner. That's good. there's and now we got yellow triple. Well, almost got red triple. Oh, we've lit corners. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Let's try for corners this time. Do not land into a, oh, well, there goes corners. Oh, I just realized that we don't have shoot before a fifth ball lit, so I guess we wouldn't be able to get corners anyway. Yep, definitely not getting corners now. I haven't even landed in a magic square yet. Well, there's a two 18 and 12, so if I land in 16, I win 4 in a row, and I'll get an extra ball because the Bally hole's lit. So hope for 16. Well, didn't get it. There's number 8. Land in 20, I'll win. Nope, didn't win. Alright, well, try again. We're down to 30 credits too now, by the way. There's a score extra step feature. Okay, got all the magic squares again. That's good. Come on, give me something. Okay, that's good. Leave it at that. We have 18 credits now. Okay, there's 7. Luckily we have the D corner lit this time. Okay, there's number 4. Okay, there's 11. So I'll move A corner and the D corner. I could move C corner like this so I can hopefully land in 6, since 6 is easy to land in too. 5, 6, and 7 I always land in. So let's root for this and hopefully we get one. I win in one of those numbers. Almost landed in 6. Well, there's 13. Should have known that. If I land in 17, though, when it's 3. Oh, there we go. Nice. We got 18 credits, which is doubled. So. I think we got 36 credits. We're now at 54. So it's good. We can keep playing. Okay. There's red triple. Oh, control unit slipped that again. Okay, there's A, B, and C. Whoa. Well, now we have the max payout. I don't think we're gonna get anything else now since the payout's maxed out. Oh, we got a little yellow arrow there. I think we'll just leave it at that. So we don't have a spotted number lit, so we'll just have to hope that we can make one out of those 3 corners there that are lit. Okay, there's number 8. Ooh, there's 12. Well, I don't have the D corner lit, so I just hope that it lands in 21. Or I could land in 20 or 6. there's 23. So let's move it like that. And I'll move the B corner up to here, so that way if I land in 16 I can also win. So let's root for this, and hopefully I don't land in 6 and land in 20 or 21 or 16. Well, there's 10. Well, if I land in 16 I'll win for sure this time. Nope, didn't make it. Well, heck. Okay. Try again. Okay, there's the A, B, and C. Yellow double. Is there a spotted number? And now we got yellow triple. Okay. There's shoot for 5th ball and the D corner. Oh, there's corners. Alright. Come on. Give me number 1. Well, 4 is good. Okay, now land in any number in the corners. Okay, there's 7. I'm just gonna land in the B and C corner. Oh, well, that kind of messed us up. Well, now we're not getting corners for sure, but at least we have a 3 in a row payout now. So I'll just move that, just because. Okay, at least I'll get something out of this. So we're at 26 credits now, so we'll get 18 credits again. So we'll probably get 30 or 40 something, unless we land in 22 and make a big win. Okay, we got 44 credits now. Oh, the ball got stuck. Come on, move. There we go. Yeah, there's 24. Okay. New game. No freebie this time, I guess. Ooh. That's probably going to screw me up big time. Oh, there's corners again, but if we can't light what we need for corners, it's pretty much useless unless there is always that chance that I could land in those numbers 9, 6, 15, and 17. There actually was one time where I almost got corners without the magic squares. I landed in 9, 16, and 15, but I believe I landed in 7 and lost it. Well, we got the magic A, B, and C, so I guess that is something. Let's see. So right now, if I win corners score 5 in line, so if I win that, I'll get 144 credits. That's a lot. So, let's hope. Okay, there's a number 10, that's good. We just need to land in A, C, and D. Well, guess we're not gonna get corners. There is that chance I could land in, well, okay, never mind. Alright, well, let's hope we land in 21 or 15. So we can get a 3 in a row payout. We're almost on the road to 15. Oh, nope. There's 20. Okay, one more chance. 15 or 21. Ooh, almost landed in it. But we got 24 instead. Okay. It does take a while playing these games and going through all your credits, because if you have a lot of credits, there's no way you're going to spend all of them and not win one game. So it's actually, you actually have a better chance at winning a game with more credits on the machine as opposed to not having any credits. Well, I don't think we're going to get much now. That score unit's basically maxed out. I'm just going to leave it at that. There are 20 credits now. We could still win. Of course, there is that possibility, but it's going to be a lot harder now since we don't have control over anything. We're not getting any bonuses either. We don't have red or yellow lit. Again. There's 3, okay. Land in 21, I could win. 21's way down there though, that's gonna be hard to get to. Oh, there's 11. Okay, so if I land in 8 or 21 or 17, I can win. Okay, let's land in 20. Drain the ball. Ooh, there's 16. Okay, well, there goes that game. Oh, we can start a new fresh game. Oh, there we go. Gave me a freebie and I got all the magic squares. That's nice. Okay. There's the Bally hole. Okay, there's red, double. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. We got 10 credits now. So if we win this game, we're not gonna win much, but at least it'll be something. Unless by some miracle we land in the red. But at least we can move all the magic squares, so it'll be easier to get a win. Almost landed in 18, which is good. That number was already spotted, but there's 25. Ooh, almost landed in 13. Oh, there's 24. So of course now that I have control over the D corner, I won't land in the numbers that I need. So we'll just leave it at that. Hope that I win or land in 13. Or better yet, if I land in 16 and win both 3 in a row payout and get an extra ball. Drain the ball. This is the 4th ball. We still got one more ball to shoot too. Okay, there's 3. Well, didn't win that one. Looks like this next game is going to be our last one. So hopefully we win. Oh, no freebie. That's not a good sign. Okay, we got the magic squares. There's the Bally hole again. Okay, well, we are officially out of credits. We're at 0. So now I can't win anymore. So let's see what happens to this ball. Well, now it's definitely going to shit for sure. I just landed in 2. Here's number 5. Come on, land in something. Give me 23. Oh, nope. Yeah, we're definitely not winning this game. Oh, there's 4. If I landed in 14 or 9, I could win. Well, there we go. That was it. That was our last game. So, there you have it. There was... Let me do something stuck out of the way. So there you have it. There was Bally's Broadway pinball machine, bingo pinball machine. I had some fun doing this repair. I think it turned out pretty good. Remember what we started with. I think I had fun doing this. I thought it was going to be a lot more stressful fixing this because I had never done this before. But it turned out pretty good. So that is the end of this very, very long repair video. I hope you enjoyed it just as much as I did. I'd be down to do this again sometime too. It was pretty fun. I played the shit out of this game once I got it all up and running. And I've got some videos I took that I can upload, where I get much better and cooler wins and whatnot. So I'll upload those. And now that the game is finished, I can sell it. Hopefully it'll go to a good home, because I hate for this machine to get disrespected and neglected again like it was when I first got it. But that is the end. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and I will see you next time if I do this again. Otherwise, it's back to digital gaming content for me.